Okay. At long last, the Trollskull 6, having reclaimed the honor of the waves for the northern Khodan tribe, making allies of them for the Pact forces on behalf of Erstegalken. You travel over the following days back to the free city of Lion's Arch. As the season turns into late spring, early summer, the more balmy weather is a stark contrast to the bitter cold of Holbreck and the high Shiver Peaks. As you once more find yourselves in the city by the sea, the crashing waves, the crying gulls, the non-stop metropolitan feel of such a rich and diverse history, day to day, so many lives intersecting here. You are welcomed back with open arms. I imagine at least one night, probably more, of storytelling at the Trollskull Tavern, all the familiars, your neighborhood friends showing up, eager to hear about your latest adventures, and how you heroically bested the great champion of the Ice Dragon, and brought home, I believe, a rather interesting trophy to hang on your wall or above your mantle or as a potential
Chair,
backdrop.
bed, bathtub.
It is perpetually not ice cold, but cool to the touch. And you do find that if you fill it with liquid, it keeps it pretty cool. The top half of the skull of Drakkar. And with that, you find yourselves with a bit of free time. Word does reach you through various channels, as word does in this city of former pirates, that the Pact leadership are all gathered in the Crow's Nest late into most nights as they plan and plan and plan some more for the coming assault on the risen island kingdom of Or, planning to take the fight directly to the first of 5 elder dragons. Zhaitan, the lurking shadow, the dragon with dominion over undeath, necrotic energy. And in the shadow of this looming war, you find yourselves with a bit of spare time. Who would like to go first in describing how they process the last several days of combat and trauma and turn that into leveling up to 15?
Trauma. Such your bestie.
Was that a hand, Mary?
No, just like a woo woo, like a, I don't know. Yeah, it kind of was, but not like a, I have a question hand.
Go for it, Mary.
I mean, Brina's is fairly straightforward. I think she spends the majority of her time getting used to those bracers. Fucking around and finding out with those bracers. She'll probably tap Kala to see if she wants to go hustle. Basically anybody who is willing to fuck around and find out, she'll take advantage of it to get used to the features and advantages that it offers.
Absolutely. Do you gain any new crazy class features at level 15?
Nothing super crazy. I think it's just another. Oh, persistent rage.
Oh, tight. So that is, your rage doesn't end if you don't attack or take damage. It can only end when you choose to do so, or if you're knocked unconscious.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Or after a minute. I think the timer is still on there, but you
That's-
don't have to any longer worry about constantly making sure you attack someone.
Yeah, that's sexy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's those are the big ones.
I assume Kala's cool with sparring.
Yeah.
I got a busy schedule. Hang on. I don't know.
What was that? What was that page?
Probably, probably
I'm sorry,
gonna
could you speak up to the whole class in here?
probably gonna busy schedule hanging out with Olinar.
Mhm.
Speaking of,
Yeah, there we go. That's what I was expecting.
yeah, you know, she'll make her usual rounds, throwing stuff in the ocean, keeping up with the bar patrons, obviously singing if the abbess wants to hang, um, regaling her with her wit and wiles, and also just the shit they got up to most recently in Holbrook.
I will not purposely try to make you blush on stream. There is definitely a reference to warming you up after you came home from such a cold place. We'll just say that.
That
Plenty
is
of
gonna
time.
make me blush.
Abbess, as always, is delighted to entertain you when you come by. Probably at some point you'd go by and she would be busy. She is an abbess and has daily responsibilities, but between her lectures and her paperwork and studies, plenty of time.
Rita generally, like, if she's busy or needs to work, will just like sit and kind of kick her feet on like any chaise lounge that's available and like just keep her occupied and keep her company without any expectations or anything.
I like to imagine her filling out parchments and stuff, and every now and then just kind of like giving you a side eye that you don't notice because you're just like Homer Simpsoning around, and she just like smiles at you affectionately and goes back to what she's doing, taking comfort in your presence.
Yeah, absolutely. Those were honestly the only big downtime things I have. Mechanically, if there's any stuff we want to get up to regarding the bracers, I'm more than happy to do so. But I think that's probably where she spends the majority of her time. I think she's finally like settling down in like the seriousness of the path ahead. Like she's equipped with all the stuff she needs to deal with, but has to mentally wrap her head around the fact that there's so much more to go.
Okay. So yeah, over that time, especially with Kala's help and probably a couple other bruised egos around the arena that feel like taking on the Norn, you are able to master the bracers and get comfortable with what they can do.
Every day I ask Birdie if he wants to fight with me, but that's just in general.
I sent one guy to another plane once, so might not be a fair fight.
Did they come back?
No.
Oh, fuck.
No, it's a permanent relocation, as I understand.
Right. Well, we'll circle back. Okay.
He as the kids say, he caught these hands.
Fucked around and found out.
That's right.
Okay. Since Kala was mentioned, Kala, how are you spending your time?
I'm training with Brina, trying to like meditate and stay in that like state while fighting and getting knocked around. I get proficiency with wisdom saves at this level, so.
Okay. Honing your focus and awareness in battle.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And then just hanging out with Kolinar.
Okay.
And probably checking in with the Pact leaders, seeing what's going on.
Any Pact leader in particular that Kala would feel more comfortable with or search for?
Probably Traherne, if he's available.
Yeah, well, you guys have access to the upper level of the Crow's Nest. I'll say that around this point, as you're doing all this sort of stuff, when you guys enter the Crow's Nest, it is apparent to you that the lower floor, once a sort of public bar for kind of the upper echelon of the political community, the captains and the first officers of the ships, while still serving that function, has largely become a sort of officer's mess for Pact leadership. You know, high-ranking vigil soldiers and commanders, magisters and proper administrators of the priory. You don't usually see Order of Whispers agents around, although you have come to understand that that doesn't mean they're not there. But it's more of an official place for people to kind of cut loose within reason and within earshot of people who might need to yell at them and get their attention to do something. So that whole tower structure has now kind of become the headquarters for Pact intelligence and management. Easy enough for you to get in and meet with Traherne, who tells you that everything is proceeding apace. They have intelligence reports coming in from Whispers agents that they've sent, as well as some other units that have been sent to do some reconnaissance in Ore on the sly, and that everything should be ready for a full briefing, and that you will be called upon likely around the end of the week sometime to meet with the leadership here and go over the plans.
Okay.
Was there anything particular you wanted to be doing with Kolinar, or just like spending time with him?
Just hanging out, nothing really. I'll tell him, about what happened with the code and everything. And breaking my sword.
I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, taking that opportunity, he would kind of break it down for you about magic items, which you're very familiar with, having several yourself, but how most magic items are resilient, mechanical in terms it's resistant to damage, but they can be damaged. A lot of them can't be harmed by like digestive juices or something so weak, but like highly volatile, like sulfuric acid is going to burn through a stone wall, is going to burn through a magic item too. With the exception, he would tell you, of legendary artifacts imbued with great supernatural power, but those are very, very rare and hard to come by. Okay. Who wants to go next?
I'm okay going.
Sure.
I messaged you a little bit about this, but we'll get the more boring stuff done first. Kitri's gonna go to Fallon, and if she has to the scary lady who doesn't like us, to get
Melody.
Melody Marshgrass. There it is. To get
They like some of us now.
any healing potions they might have, and then she will ask Melody. I guess she'll go to both, but she'll go to Melody and ask, "Do you have anything more anything really different or special? We're really going into like a really going to fight a dragon, so I don't really know. Sort of anything could happen, but I guess anything that's unique, maybe that you have, I'd be interested in."
Let's see. Sorry, I did not get a chance to look at this earlier.
That's okay.
I will say that polling all of your contacts, you can find a greater healing and a basic healing in town. Most of those being kind of eaten up by the Pact for what's about to happen. But you can find those. Let's go nuts. Let's say.
How much does a greater potion of healing cost?
250.
Okay. And then a regular is just 50.
So 300 total.
Okay.
Where is my notes on these guys? Let's see. You roll a die. Ooh, that was close. Almost dropped that. I will say that Melody kind of gives you a long sort of side eye. It's a very appraising look, and says, "Make a persuasion check for me."
For sure. There you go.
Venice.
That's a 4.
Heyo.
I have a +0, so
As she would be the one, as you're asking all this, she kind of reaches under the counter and pulls out the grater, slides it across the counter to you, and just says, "Yes, well, I'm sure you'll do your very best. Perhaps my employer could be of benefit in the days to come, but unfortunately, I just don't have anything at the moment."
all right, that's fine. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
And she just, grabs her greater healing potion and leaves. And then what she would do for like leveling up, Kitri's gonna go to the Grove. She's gonna use the Asura Gate and go ahead and head to the Grove. And she's gonna try to go talk to the Pale Tree if they will let her.
Yeah. So you find as you enter the grove that you are a known Sylvari at this point. As you come through the gate, the guards recognize you. As you kind of walk around this upper promenade level of the grove, not every Sylvari turns to give you a meaningful look, but you notice several heads turn. So you are definitely a person of some repute among your siblings. The guards at the entrance to the sort of long spiral suspended stair that leads up to the Omphalos chamber allow you to pass with just a brief nod and a gesture that you are welcome. As you enter the chamber, there are several other Sylvari there. There are always a couple of menders or tenders that sort of hang around and oversee the physicality of the space, since the avatar of the Pale Tree is sort of rooted in place where it is. But there are a couple of people who look like they're just wrapping up a conversation with her. And as you enter, you see she says something to them, and one of them kind of turns and looks briefly at you and nods, and they sort of bow slightly at the waist and take their leave. As they turn and pass you, both of them nod. And just sort of at the same time, echoing in stereo, say, "Sister." You make their way out and down the stairs, and you are left. A couple of menders are around, sort of watering hanging plants that hang off either side near the sort of tinted windows that have been built into this chamber. The avatar of the mother stands there smiling, waiting for you.
Hello.
Hello, my child. What can I do for you?
Well, we're going to Or. We are going to go fight a dragon. This is the biggest thing I think we've tried to take on so far. But
Certainly is, and I could not be prouder of you.
if her cheeks could turn like any pinker, they would. But maybe they just get darker. I don't know.
More chlorophyll. Yeah.
They turn green. um, I don't know about that. I've heard more of the Call of the Nightmare Court, I guess. And I've sort of... I don't really know what to do about it. I think that there are certain things that I'm able to do if I focus more on those sorts of energies. But I don't feel any kind of, I guess, direct connection to any of that. And I've come to sort of ask for any advice or guidance you could give while I go on to, or at the very least. And I know we've talked a bit about the Nightmare Court and who they are and what they do a little bit, but I don't know if there's anywhere else I should go to look for information on them. I suppose I could always try to talk to Keith. Haven't spoken or seen her in a while, but just sort of any wisdom you might give me would be appreciated. And if she can, I guess she'll kind of like kneel down and like close her eyes and kind of like meditate essentially with the pale tree.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is very similar to what happened last time when you had the vision of Fowlin killing the centaurs, and you got your last spell.
Yes.
Okay. It's good. I like this. It's repeating themes. It's so good.
I couldn't remember if that was like a dream or if I'd come here and meditated. I thought maybe that was a dream.
I'm not sure, honestly.
I can go back and look, but it's fine.
So, the Pale Tree's avatar agrees, and as you kind of settle down in front of her, her form sort of settles into a lower stage. She doesn't exactly kneel because she is in fact growing out of the ground here. And she tells you the touch of nightmare is inescapable. It intrudes upon our shared dream, despite my best efforts to protect and shelter you and your siblings from it. As such, it is a part of each of you. Humans and the other sentient races also have innate darkness within them. I know this from the memories of Ronan and his family, who are buried beneath my roots. To call upon that power is dangerous. And yet, it is a tool, like any other. Those who wield blades, sharpened on both sides, must be careful that when they bring that tool to bear, it does not harm themselves or those they care about. So are we able to call upon the darkness within the nightmare if the need should arise. As long as you do so with caution, and you never forget who and what you are, and where you come from, what matters most to you, I think you will be all right. That being said, I myself am not without my own significant power. And you, being one of the strongest of my children, have a greater access to the store of great potential within me than many of your siblings. As you grow, you will be able to reach deeper within yourself, to use your connection to me, to manifest greater magic from the natural world around you. Perhaps, well, let me show you. And as you kind of sink into your meditation, you're taken through an experience that is very reminiscent of your time in the dream. Sort of almost spectral, dream-like montage of events and situations that you are able to interact with and sort of change in a sort of improvisational way. I would say she takes those spells that are now available to you and shows you and teaches you how to manifest them and what the purpose of each would be. So whichever of those would appeal better to you is valid. There's nothing really to worry about. I would say, I looked at the spells briefly earlier. I think something like Feeble Mind would probably be more Nightmare. But if you wanted, like Incendiary Cloud is destructive, but it is more of a nature, and it's more of like harnessing a natural element, fire. So that would be more Pale Tree. There were, you mentioned Tidal Wave and Animal Forms. Those are both also perfect choices from the Pale Tree. The grove itself is near the coast. So she does have kind of a route in each camp, so to speak, as far as like the natural elements are concerned. But other spells on the list would also be appropriate. I think Feeble Mind was probably the only one I saw that was like, that's probably from the Nightmare.
Does Kitri know, like, if, like, we don't know any, like, game plan, like, basics for, like, when we're going to, or, like, are we going sort of on our own, like, as, like, a mini strike team of just Trollskull 6, or is there going to be, like, are we going to be with more of the, like, Pact members, and there's going to be a bunch of people?
You're not sure just yet.
Okay.
Now,
that's all I was wondering. So I think for now, I have Tsunami picked. But
and you correct me if I'm wrong. Druids can prep their spells every morning, right?
yes.
Okay, so
and
it's,
I was
it's not just on level up. Good.
For like prepping, like days wise, since we were doing downtime, I didn't want to like mess with it like every day. So I was just kind of preparing it as if it was like the day we're going to Ore, so to speak.
Okay.
And I guess
Well,
only
and
other
it
thing.
will take you like several days to get to Ore, so you'll have
Yes.
plenty of time to decide.
Okay. All right then.
I will say that the Pale Tree will reiterate. Last time she said something similar to this. That when the time is right, Kaith will guide you to the truth. Specifically, looking for more information about the Nightmare Court.
Kichi's very confused. But she won't. She's just sort of like, okay, I don't really know what that means. Like, she kind of knows Kate's background with the Nightmare Court, but she's also like, you want me to talk to someone that I haven't seen like a bunch of lately. So when she's done, she will like thank the Pale Tree and head out. If she can, the only other thing that she would buy is another like gem encrusted thing to do Hero's Feast with. Remembering, like, oh, we probably want that.
Yeah. You'd probably have to go back to Lion's Arch, but easy enough there in the Grand Souk to find what you need.
Okay. Are we charging that out of party funds? Out of curiosity, or I'm like...
That seems like a good use of party funds.
Galatar, if you want to subtract that, then I guess. And I'll just put it in my notes as something I have.
How much was it?
It's like a... How much?
1,000.
It's 1,000 gold gem encrusted?
Do you have that much in party funds?
It's a write-off.
Oh, we
right?
don't?
It's fine. It's a
I
write-off.
think you only have a couple of hundred in party funds.
Oh, I thought we had way more than that.
Right, it's a write-off though. Right,
We are
fine.
down to 150 some in party funds. Because
Oh,
I can
right
just-
before
I'll-
our last big
if we
adventure, we
need-
bought a
if
gem
Kitri
encrusted
just
bowl
takes...
with party funds.
Kitri will just pay for it herself then. She'll pay for it herself. And she's not going to mention it maybe until like after, like if they get back from Ore, maybe then she's like, I'm not going to worry about it too much now, but maybe when we get back, if we're still alive.
If you're short
Maybe
on
I'll
cash,
ask
I can
her.
always
She's
take some
not.
to the tables.
She's not short
Oh.
on cash, but she's I don't know.
I'm
She's
happy
kind of
to-
gathered that this is the dynamic. Like you're supposed to kind of want to do that, but she's also like,
I'm
it's
happy
fine.
to invest your money for you if you'd like. It's a quick scheme.
Oh, and she will go ahead and look for like a. I guess it would be ceramic, maybe like a ceramic dog bowl. And then maybe she'll go. She'll ask Brina like, "Can I borrow some paints or glitter?"
Oh, sure. Yeah, I have a fair amount. Bertie's got the ones that turns things into other things.
Oh, I don't want those. I don't think I can be trusted with that.
It is okay. Neither could I. And
I just want to decorate.
I've got puffy paint too, if you want.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Okay, I'll get my glitters out. Also, I have a lot of money if you need any one, please. We can go on a bit of a Joanne Fabrics, Michael's run or something. Kind of morally opposed to Hobby Lobby right now, but we can circle back. I'll get my things.
But yeah,
Shit, also Mod Podge, because obviously you gotta see it all.
how much would like a ceramic, like handmade, I don't know, a little dog bowl? Arts and crafts.
Easily doable. Negligible expense.
Okay.
45 gold pieces.
And that's all of my downtime.
Okay. What is Galatar doing?
Yeah, so I guess the first thing when we get back is he wants to go try and find like a book on communication, like talking better, being more persuasive and whatnot, just like a little book that he could start to kind of read, like one of those self-help books, inspiring you to be more confident.
Is
How to
Galatar
make
talking
friends
to
and
himself
influence
in front
people?
of the mirror?
He absolutely might be. You don't know what he does in his little...
The 5 habits of persuasive people.
The 5 habits of successful adventurers.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I could find
Get out of
something
the
like
bathroom, we need to shower!
that. So if I could find something like that, and then the other thing that I wanted to do right off the bat was to go talk to Traherne and tell him that essentially Galatar's been working on like another spell that would allow him to create a sort of fortress that might be good for fortifications if need be. and that we might be able to use it like an or if there needs to be like a rest camp for wounded soldiers or something like that, that it wouldn't be hard to set up, that it just takes 500 gold worth of diamond and would last about a week. So I kind of give him the details on that just so he can use them as he strategizes. And then the other spell that I want to try, I want to go to the little Coliseum myself and see anybody that would be willing to fight an illusory dragon, because I want to test out my new spell a little bit. So I'll just spend some time like in that couple days. I mean, they can't hurt the dragon, so just kind of like
can't be harmed.
it can't be harmed by them, but they don't know that. So just like trying to work around like the illusory dragon, moving it, getting it to use different types of elements, that type of stuff. Trying not to kill anybody.
Like it's real.
I will say, as part of Brina's training with those new bracers, this would be a place for that to be used, because that dragon would probably kill most normal combatants.
Yeah.
Perfect. Brina, do you mind trying out this dragon I created?
I will get him and put his head on a pike.
Yeah.
For this,
Like it's
they allow you, the Zhaitan order of Balthazar priests, they allow you use of the grand arena. Like there's nobody in the stands, except like a couple of like randoms who just wander in, but like they let you have the big space because it's a big dragon.
Some people run in the stairs for exercise during their lunch breaks. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so you just kind of get to fight with like this huge shadowy dragon that blasts different types of elements at you.
Oh, fuck yeah.
During different summonings of it. But that's the other kind of spell thing. And then the only other two things real quick were, one, wanted to just sort of check in and see if I could find any information, whether it's at the Temple of Cormyr or with the Derman Priory, on like
Uh-oh. Just lost Chandler.
Froze.
Chandler.
He's down.
Well, we know it's not their
He's had a heart attack.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
I don't know where I lost you at.
You said after the illusory dragon, you're gonna do something.
Check in with
That's
Cormyr.
the thing. Yeah, I wanted to check in with the Temple of Cormyr and or the Derman Priory to see about finding like information on important places in Or. Like note either as we're like getting ready to fight Zhaitan, like maybe they have something that could be useful, or like places to check out after for historical or cultural significance, since it was once the city of the gods. And then the last thing that I wanted to do was at the celebrate. I'm trying my best, guys.
The last thing you wanted to do was what?
The last thing I wanted to do was to go talk with, like, have dinner with his family and Elise, and just kind of like take a moment to breathe before the next sort of conflict.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's it. Just a couple of days of study and trying out some new things.
So, a great deal of information about Or has been lost.
Yeah.
Although the nation itself only sank below the waves like 300 or 400 years ago. Like it's not been, it's not like Atlantis. It's not like nobody remembers that it was there. But it was like three maybe 400 years ago. But not a lot of information was kept about Or outside of Or. It was an odd human kingdom. For a long time, it was the center of human civilization. The king of Or, seated in Ara, the city of the gods, was the high king of all mankind. Or at least the high king of Or, Ascalon, and Kryta. The Elonian kings and the continent of Cantha were separate dynasties. And this is all detailed in your book. They do have like an old manuscript that talks about human culture, and what it teaches you about Or is that it's generally a circular landmass. There is a sort of central highland area surrounded by mountains and sort of elevated above everything else. But on the coasts, almost like the spokes of a five-pointed star or six-pointed star, there were massive cathedral-like temples to the gods. And then, of course, like throughout the island, there were lots of little smaller shrines to them, usually with statues, just dotting the landscape. But each god had a major temple. One point of interest that you note is that on the northwest corner, for lack of a better word, of a circular landmass, in the northwest, near the shrine to Dwayna, the goddess of healing, there is a high cliff that kind of juts out like a promontory over the sea, and that has been called by survivors and by people for a very long time. It has been called Malkor's Leap. Most of the statues of the gods were designed by a sculptor named Malkor, who saw the gods with his own eyes and then used that knowledge and his skill and sort of divine inspiration to craft statues of them. So the statues of the gods in Or are the most lifelike and true to form for the physical manifestations that they took on.
Okay.
He looked so long at Dwayna, who was always full of light, being partly the goddess of light, that he went blind and lost his sight. He loved Dwayna, and there were rumors that they had a demi-human, demigod son, and this is sort of like obscure lore from the Church of Grenth. That Grenth, the god of the dead, was the half-son of Dwayna and the sculptor Malkor.
Oh shit.
When he ascended to become fully a god, he defeated the previous god of the dead, who would not let people be resurrected. Because he was the child of the goddess of mercy and healing and light, he felt like, while circumventing the natural laws of the living and the dead were not good, there was certainly a wiggle room for mercy and resurrection, which is why resurrection magic is allowed. Basically because Grenth took that over. Malkor's Leap is where the sculptor Malkor leapt to his death. In total despair when the gods left Tyria.
Sorry, what was that? Malkor's Leap was what? It cut out again.
When he left, or sorry, when the gods left Tyria, he was so distraught he leapt to his death.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's Malkor's Leap.
And question, I think I remember this correctly, but Cormyr is such a recent god that she would not have a temple in Or, correct?
Correct. She ascended to take the place of Abaddon, the fallen god, after the gods left and after Or sank.
So is there still, then I guess there would still be a temple of Abaddon in Or, probably.
Interestingly enough, this book, combined with some other research that the priests at the Temple of Cormyr could share with you, is that once Abaddon fell, his name was largely scrubbed from texts and records. They couldn't bring themselves in Or to destroy his temple, so it was just sort of locked up and sealed away.
Okay. And then I guess one last question is the temple to the god of death there now, was it for Grinth before the city sunk? Like it had already been converted to
Yes.
Grinth? Okay. Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah, and it kind of gives you a crude map of Or, mostly hand sketched. It's not done by like a professional cartographer, but you can see that the holy city exists on the southwest side of the land.
Okay.
And it kind of describes in big flowery language the city of Ara at its height. A city of rings where the architecture was very round and humans had a difficult time understanding. It was basically by the will of the gods that many of their structures looked like rings emerging from the ground, which is the picture I have here. This is the city of Ara on Foundry.
Cool. Okay.
That their magic and their knowledge of technology and how to build kind of allowed their buildings to take these sorts of shapes. And it was a very urban place in a very otherwise primitive time for humanity.
Okay. That's really sweet.
And I would say, excellent idea to have dinner with your family, to take a moment to think about what's happening. I would say that all of you, at this point, having fought Drakkar and experienced how strong a champion of an Elder Dragon could be, the reality of the situation is definitely something that would occur to each of you during this time. Especially the potential that a great many people will not return from Or, and it is conceivable that one of you may be among them, depending on how things go and the tools at hand. So that, I would say, how you cope with that is up to you, but the thought would definitely occur.
I should have mentioned this. Megalatar's thing reminded me. Brina will spend some time taking back those Drakkar teeth to her family. I imagine she can't track down all of her siblings, but just as a gesture of like, I don't know, closure, reconciliation, a big old dinner, and some big old teeth.
Absolutely, yeah. And among the Norns, such a trophy is incredibly valuable.
Yeah.
Priceless, truly.
I have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, just get fucked your car. You're fine. Anyways.
I was going to ask: are there diamonds available in the city for purchase? Because I do need a diamond for the.
Oh yeah, there's a jewel market in the Merchant Prince district.
Could I get one 500 gold piece diamond?
Absolutely. So the book on charisma, for your level ups, you get like an ASI or something, or you?
Yeah, level 16, you get the ASI. So I figured if you start reading the book now, then it would make sense.
Absolutely. Cool.
Self-help books only take so long.
Okay. Bertie or Alexa, who wants to go next?
Oh boy.
Yeah, next. I'll take
Yeah.
it.
You want to be the anchor, carry us home?
Do you want to go first?
I can go, yeah. I don't
All
mind.
right, Alexa, go. Yeah, I'll round
Yeah.
this out.
No, I mean mine's pretty like simple enough. But like the first day-ish there that we're back, I need to go shopping and find a tuning fork. I assume that's something I can find in the bazaar.
So yeah, as you... Sorcerers are so hard to flavor with stuff like this, but as you get the sense of what is possible with your chaotic magic, having experienced little flits of other dimensional spaces, you gather that having an anchor point is an important component in working interplanar magic. And a conversation with Kolinar would easily turn this up. There are a couple of mages in the Priory lingering around who could also kind of give advice. But you are able to figure out you need a tuning fork made of steel that is tuned to a natural C. And that will kind of anchor you to the prime material plane. And such a thing is relatively easy to find in a city full of crazy international merchandise.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. The first day, I'd be like early on our first day back. I would try to do that, and then I would go back home and I don't know, whoever would be around, I would let them know, like, hey, I probably will be gone for the rest of the day. You may not see me. I'm gonna take a couple snacks back to my room, and I will open a demiplane in my room. Except for when I draw it out, the square, like the rectangle rather, door frame, it'll point, the two short ends will come to a point and it'll be a giant eye, of course. And then I will go into the first one I make will be just a simple stone room, the 30 by 30 or 30 cube. And I will just practice my meta magic in it, just using some cantrips, trying to determine like, do certain procs from the wand come with certain cantrips? Like, does Firebolt make more fiery things happen? Does Acid Spray make more other things happen? Obviously, that's not a mechanical thing.
Yeah, but you learn that that is not the case. That it is wildly chaotic and unpredictable.
Thank you.
Like an hour or so.
And yeah, I will spend a really long time in the first day and come back probably exhausted, and then I use plane shift to come back and hopefully make my way outside the bar, and we'll see where I end up the first time I use it.
Yeah, so if you specify the Trollskull 6 Inn and Tavern in Lion's Arch, you end up on the street outside.
All right, good deal. And then so after they have the long first day, this next day of magic, I will go talk to Kolinar some more and say, and ask him if he would be willing to share a demiplane that I make and act as a rescue boat of sort of last resort if we need him. Like we would escape to this place and, after a day or so, send him a message and say, can you come get us, or some other way, or it would be sort of something really, really, really bad has gone. But more of a good to have this safety net rather than not, just because it's possible.
So I'm checking real fast. Even to other planes of existence. So yeah, sending will work.
Yeah, it has the chance to fail, yes.
Ah, got it.
I think it's a 5%, but yeah.
5%, yeah. Yeah, if you roll a d20, it ends on a nat 1. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So Kolinar absolutely says, like, oh, yes, this is it's an incredibly wise plan. I don't know why I hadn't thought of that myself. I would be happy to share such a space and pull you out if need be.
Yes, it'll be just a worst case scenario kind of thing. Probably be more like, we're sending the non-casters through and casters stay behind maybe or something. Who knows? But bad ideas sometimes need good solutions.
Since we are in a city by the sea, populated with former pirates, shall we call this plane the lifeboat?
Sounds perfect.
That will help me when I focus.
And so after our conversation and confirmation of the lifeboat demiplane, I will go furnish it and buy a bunch of couches, some rugs, just make it like a warm place. Because again, if we're going to this location, we're probably fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
and it's easy enough. Like, you actually have to physically move the furniture into the building, and the merchants in LA, like, while startled and impressed, you explain the situation, they let you conjure the door right there and then help you move the shit in. It's kind of a wondrous experience for them as they kind of hop in and out, and they're just very confused and also amazed. But yeah, so you can get that furnished. I would say, like, all told for everything, maybe 50 gold. It's mostly just blankets and beds and stuff.
yes, I mean, I know I wrote it this way, but I have to, of course, say it out loud. I want more blankets and pillows than you can imagine on a Midwest suburban housewife's bed.
Is there a beanbag for Brina?
Oh, sure, absolutely. We can get a giant one, but it'll be like
Filled with actual beans. Like dried beans.
there we go, even better.
That's wonderful.
And we'll just stop at day 3 of my plans, because that's when it's the fun stuff is. After all this preparation, it's time for a day to kick back and have some fun and reflect a bit. So, but instead of going to see my parents, because I know they're good and assurance aren't like real super tight, I'm gonna go to Cenobium and get all cleaned up, and then hit the town early in the morning to see if I can find a big burly girl to take me home for lunch.
Is that me?
That's,
Only if you're lucky, Dolphin.
Go-
no, I was like,
goes
you're
looking
already
for-
taken. I don't.
I was looking for Brina, even though they live in the same.
Where is Alexa? Only if you're lucky.
I figure you're already off with the abyss.
Right, hit us up. You're already at Zenobia.
Lion's Arch's newest thruple.
You just go like randomly looking around town.
Small, normal, large.
Well, I mean, if there's someone at the Cenobium that looks friendly,
I mean, there are
So-
always friendly people at the Cenobium.
I figured. Yeah, I mean, that's probably where I won't have to go far.
Yeah, the Lady of Love and Beauty is always able to provide. And the as Brina has come to understand, the priesthood around Lissa, because they are focused on the precision and the perfection of the physical form, they're all in really good shape. They're tough. They exercise frequently. They're mostly, at least, novices in combat training. Yeah, easy to make a nice, friendly new acquaintance, for sure.
Yes. Yeah, that'll probably be enough of my downtime. Can end it on a fun high note.
Okay. What would Birdie like to do?
Ryan, are you there? I can see you.
I'm here.
Okay. All right.
Wireless headphones are magic.
Yeah, I thought maybe he had that camera thing. Booped. I wasn't paying attention. Okay. First things first. Birdie's gonna head to the market. He's low on sage, and that must be corrected. So I'm gonna pick up a couple more bundles of sage. We'll make it an even 8 bundles of eight little dried sage bundles to make it an even 10. I would then like to spend some time. I actually might even go to the abbess for this one. In terms of like, I think Birdie goes to the abbess with the kind of like the, I've got an idea for something, but I don't know how to test it out. I mean, I feel like I could get like a little hamster or something, but it'd probably kill it. And I feel like, I wouldn't want to do it on a person because you choose the wrong person and like could seriously, be a bad time. I don't know. Do you have any ideas? I feel like if I play, and I think it shows her this lute and like kind of shows her the harmonizing thing. If I can balance out the pitches of all these different kind of harmonizing things when I play this lute and bring them to a deep, low rumble, that it can seriously mess someone up.
You're asking us of the abbess?
Yeah, because she's like, the Lissa person, and he does all of his like training and prep in the Cenobium. And so he's trying to figure out like how to test this to see if it would work on somebody. And like I think he's just kind of like the process of like applying his music in new ways to like create new magic effects. So he was trying to like, I could get like a turtle or something, and I think it would work. Like I think we'd see it, but I'd feel bad for the turtle,
She says, well, yes, and I don't know that would be a really effective demonstration of its
Right.
effectiveness, to be honest.
Yeah.
Come with me. And she sort of briskly walks away from you and leads you to the spiral staircase that sort of ascends the outside of the tower that is the Cenobium. But instead of leading you up, she leads you down, which on the entry of this
Rena's gonna
tower
be jealous.
The tower itself is perched on a spire of rock that juts up from the harbor. It's connected to the merchants district by a bridge, She leads you down into the rock, like into the bedrock. And you are taken down to like a sealed stone door with a pair of torches that are just burning, but you notice as you walk by they don't really flicker and they don't give any warmth. So you assume that these are magically constructed. She makes a couple of gestures and speaks a few words in a tongue that you don't recognize. And the doors slide open. There's a faint scraping of stone, but it's not as loud as you're used to hearing from stone doors sliding in ruins and things. She leads you into what looks like almost a bath pool. It's like a long rectangle of dark water. It's not really black, but it's dark in the room. Like there are torches around the walls. Every 6 feet or so, a sconce with a dimly burning torch. You can see just under the water, the pool itself is maybe 20 feet wide, and for like the first 4 feet on either side, just under the water, you can see like a step of this flat stone beneath the transparent water, and it just kind of fades down the deeper into the center you go. And she turns and says to you, "This can be a place for meditation, for communion, but it is also, I believe, a safe space. It's solid stone, several feet thick. We should be able to isolate any sounds made here. I think this would make an ideal place to practice." So she kind of starts undoing straps and slides her robe over her shoulders. And underneath she's got just like a bandeau kind of wrapped around her uppers and lowers. Almost like not like a mummy, but it's just sort of like a linen wrap thickly wrapped around to kind of keep things in place. She hangs the robe on a peg by the door, takes a couple steps back, and from the door to the pool is maybe 15 feet. She just kind of stands about 10 feet away from you and kind of psychs herself up a little bit. "Show me what you got."
Right.
Yes,
Yeah, and
yes.
I think he tries out his new spell. I mean, it's a simple question. Does she have 150 hit points or less? I feel like she'd have more, but she might
Does
not.
not.
Then
Please
I
don't
think
kill my girlfriend.
I think Birdie like kind of starts hitting these like chords, and like especially in this space, like the chords
reverb.
start coming out, the reverb starts coming in, and like with the harmonizing of this magical lute, he casts power word stun, and she's stunned. Yeah. There's no rules about it.
You start playing and you strike a chord and you give a vocal cue, speaking this word of ancient power, and you get the pronunciation slightly wrong the first time. You see her muscles kind of tense. She stumbles for a second, her eyes kind of go wide. "Ah, I see. That's very effective. All right. One moment." She bends down and cups some of the water in her hand, flashes her face. "All right. Again." And so like a couple of times,
I think we
each
should
time
spend
you get
a
better
couple
and better.
hours practicing. Yeah.
Eventually you hit that note, and you know it before it happens. Even there's just this moment, like, oh, this is it, and you find it's almost like watching waves come together, and like they don't always hit the same way, and then just once they all come together in the right time. Yeah. And it's just this perfect font of magical energy, and you rock her socks off. She stops, and you watch her eyes kind of unfocus, and I believe she makes con saves at the end of her turns.
Yeah, and then so after a couple.
It's like a good couple of minutes.
It's a DC 18 though. Like it's a hard save to hit.
Yeah, and she's got good con,
Right.
but not proficient in con saves.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That'll do
she's
it.
not a barbarian.
No.
Yeah, so a couple of minutes go by, and eventually she's on her feet.
Yeah.
So you're watching her and kind of gauging the reaction, and after a couple of minutes, like you see her kind of start to shake her head, and her eyes are still hazy, and eventually she kind of comes to and stumbles a bit, braces a hand on the wall and starts breathing heavy. Wow.
Yeah, right? It's got some kick.
That was something. Whew. I'm gonna need a minute. And she like sits down and puts her feet in the water. It kind of like grabs the side tightly and like leans over, takes a couple of deep cleansing breaths, bends down and throws water on her face. Just kind of looks up at the ceiling and lets it run down. Yeah, but eventually she recovers and quite impressed.
All right.
I think like days later, Brina's like, Bertie, what the hell? You stunned my girlfriend?
I didn't know. I proposed a turtle at first, but she said no. So yeah,
I will say
sorry.
when she tells you, Brina, she is delighted.
Oh,
Like
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's delighted. Bertie, what the fuck?
Speaking of, Brina, would you like to go gambling with me? Not, and let me be very careful. I think he starts like he gets some of his like gets like a makeup thing and like kind of rubs his thumb in some black and like puts some black under her eyes. Like, I'm just gonna bring you with me. You're gonna stand behind me, and you're gonna look very scary, okay? And you're gonna help me help Daddy win some money.
Are you going to apologize for stunning my girlfriend then?
No, it was like a group activity. It was pretty fun, I thought.
I mean, she was
There
willing
was
to-
I asked for help. She offered a willing volunteer. I'm not going to apologize for that. I'll
Yeah,
stun
I'll
you
hang
if you
out.
want. We can try. I don't think it worked on you.
20%.
Yeah,
20%, whatever you make tonight.
Oh no, because I'll still win without you. This is more of like if you want to have a fun evening, we'll get a drink or something.
10%?
No,
7?
you can come if you pay me 5 gold.
Alright, fine. Okay. Dun. This sucks, man.
and I think Bertie kind of does her makeup in like a very scary, sinister, like kind of like some eye black that then like runs down.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're gonna go gambling. He's like, well, we might die, so Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. You know, let's.
Use a fancy stun spell on the neck, whatever. Ugh.
So I'm gonna go to the bank. I'm gonna see if I can talk to Zardoz maybe in the morning or something. See if there's like a high roller game somewhere that I can get in on.
Any last minute shindigs?
Yeah, and
Not
I'll pull
Xbox.
1,000 gold out of the bank and
of the world as we know it.
put it on the table.
Yeah, just a sec.
Yeah, it's all good. And I'm hoping that bringing Brina along with me as like the muscle will get me like advantage on intimidation checks.
Maybe on that one.
Yeah, just on the intimidation. That's all I need. That's what I'm bringing the muscle for. And Brina, I am adding 5 gold
Oh,
to my.
Come on. Okay. So
I would like
this
to
is
make a
yeah.
sleight of hand
This
check.
is insight, deception, and intimidation. I rolled them randomly, so
Mhm.
we've got the DCs. You wanted to go by Zardoz and see if there was a high roller game.
Just to justify dropping 1,000 gold.
We'll say that he is actually hosting a card game in his secret lair,
I figured.
like later in
Something
the
like
week.
that,
So
yeah.
he tells you when to come in.
Perfect.
Can I make a
All
sleight
right.
of hand check to see if I get my 5 gold back from Birdie?
Oh, what check?
A sleight of hand check to see if I get my 5 gold back from Birdie.
Okay, yeah. Make a sleight of hand check. Birdie, what's your passive perception?
22.
Okay, I think it should go well. Alright.
Yep. On brand. On brand.
I just feel her hand like go from my pocket. I just, what the hell
Like,
are you
yeah,
doing?
you
Stop
start
that.
walking
Cut
out the
that
door,
off.
and she just reaches this massive paw of a Norn hand into your tiny silk pocket.
Like, okay, well, no.
It kind of
no.
gets stuck as she's trying to pull it out stealthily.
Damn it. I'm subtracting my 5 gold, you absolute dickhead.
I've added it.
That covers the cost of the sage.
I can't have you going in there smelling like an ape. Come on, we've got
It's not
to.
mutually beneficial.
Yeah.
Okay. Make your insight check.
17.
Does not pass.
Damn it.
The first two were nice and high.
Yeah. That's a plus 12. I rolled a 5. That's all right.
Now make
Shit.
your deception check.
20.
That is exactly what you needed.
I still got it, baby.
15.
Still got it.
I have 5 on both of those.
And now you can make your intimidation check with advantage as
Yes.
Rena standing behind you, arms crossed, scowling.
25. Brina bringing it home.
And he needed it too.
That
Cracks
does
your
pass.
buttons.
You
Yes.
did need it because the DC was 13. So with
Always got a
2
plan.
successes, your
Time and a
profit is half what you. So you got 500 gold profit.
All right. I'll give Brina a gold.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'll flip her a platinum piece at the end there. Give her 10.
I did make a profit.
Yeah, you showed them in the end, Brina. What can I say?
I am the gambler now.
Yeah. Well done. But I do think probably on the way back from our night of gambling, I kind of pull Brina, as we're shooting the shit, walking back, yeah, so I will say, Brina, if we don't come back from this, if I don't come back, you can have tonight's earnings. I'll put them in an envelope for you.
Birthday.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is one of the few times where I don't know. We might not come back from this.
What the?
You got thrown off a cliff the other day, buddy. Like, I mean, that was the easy guy.
That. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I swam pretty quick. Like, I climbed back up. Bertie, what are you talking about? You're like the coolest spellcaster I know, and you can.
Oh no, I'll be fine. But like, the rest of us, who's to say?
So, okay. Wait, if I die, I get your earnings.
Well, I mean, on the off, I don't think I'll die. I'm pretty sure I'll be good because, honestly, like I'm never gonna die. But I don't know. Yeah, if I do, you can have tonight's earnings. Just tonight's though.
First of all, you're not going to die. Second of all, if you did, I would put the envelope with your earnings in your grave as you would have wanted. Gold pieces covering you, all about your casket.
I have a safety deposit box in the bank that has enough gold to make a statue of me out of, and I would appreciate it being put to that use.
You can do both. I will
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I just yeah, I'll do what I can, but I don't know.
I've never seen you so freaked out before.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I know how powerful I am, and like, your girlfriend was no match. And it's like, if I can do that, it's like, what are we gonna do when the baddie can do way worse, Yeah, I don't know.
It's what we've always done, which is,
Kind of vibe, I guess.
I was going to say, hit them hard and
Yeah.
work together, I guess. But,
I'll juice you. I'll be behind you.
But you, and she pokes him in the forehead, can't do that if you're not there.
Oh, I'll be there.
We need you here, physically, but also in your little brain. Okay?
Yeah. Oh, I'm ready. I think I'm more ready than I've ever been. I mean, we're gonna take the fight. I think we're gonna do it.
Huh. I fought a fake dragon earlier this week with Galatar, so I can fight a real one, like, nobody's business.
I hope so. I hope
Yeah.
so.
Well, I'm worried too, but...
All right, let's go get drunk.
Alright. You pick some
We're
up
the bar.
with a little baby. Let us go, Barty!
Sit on her shoulders, like the end of Rudy. All right.
All right. So, several days pass. You guys settle into the familiar rhythm of life in Lion's Arch. You take care of your business. Some of you travel a bit. And as the week draws to a close, you are once again summoned to the Crow's Nest Tavern. Your now familiar friend Mortimer the guard appears bobbing up and down on the mat outside. Hello, guys. If you'll accompany me, we'll take you up to the Crow's Nest.
Oh,
Got a
Mortimer!
bit of a planning meeting
Did you
prepared for
get
you
a
all.
haircut?
I did. Thank you for noticing.
Oh gosh, that's great. Okay, so excited.
Does anybody ever call you Morty? Mortimer is Mort?
Every now and then.
Yeah, Morty. That's a good strong name.
Yeah.
Knew a guard once. Called me tiny till I kicked him in the junk. Doesn't do that anymore.
Right, well done. Bully
Morty's
for you.
fine.
Yeah,
Mortimer.
I'll just stick with Mortimer if that's
Either way,
Sure.
Oh,
I know who you're talking to.
Right. Yeah, I'm shaking my boot.
I adore murder movies so much.
Yeah, he takes you guys down, and as you enter the bottom floor of this high tower, there's a tension in the air. There's still some music. It's a little down tempo. It's not a sad time by any means. People are still drinking and smiling, but the laughter's a little softer than it might otherwise be. People are not as rowdy as they are wont to be in the bars of Lion's Arch. You all are led up the spiral staircase to the upper level, through the kitchen area, to the two grand doors, and you are shown in once again to the now completely repaired upper section. You can kind of see where some of the plaster on the south wall looks much fresher now that the damage from the dragon attack has finally been completely repaired. Standing at the familiar table in the center of the room is Marshal Traherne. There's also General Almora, Soulkeeper of the Vigil, Steward Gix of the Priory, and Dorn Velasquez, the Lightbringer of the Order of Whispers. Scattered around the room are different adjutants and high-ranking officials who are kind of all whispering to each other and having their own pointed conversations over tables with separate maps and schematics. You notice several other familiar faces as Zoja, Logan Thackeray, Erstegalkin, Ritlock Brimstone, and Kaith are all kind of intermingled among the leadership of the Pact standing around this table. As you enter, the group kind of nods at each other and breaks up a bit. The Marshal stays at the table with General Soulkeeper. The others kind of scatter out, and you see that along the walls to your left and right as you enter are two long tables full of foods, grilled meats, things that are easy to eat without being terribly messy. And there are several human servers around with trays full of beverages, waters, ales, wines, seeing to everyone's needs. You all are noted, and several people acknowledge and kind of wave at you. Is there anyone to whom you would like to speak first? It's just an opportunity if there's anyone you want to engage with before the big lord up.
I mean, I think Brina always makes a point to speak with Air, just out of respect for the most part, but not necessarily with any purpose. I think she catches up about any of the remaining loose ends with the code in.
She tells you that the Coden have sent a delegation to Holbrack to meet with Nude Whitebear and Bygarth the blacksmith. She thanks you again for your help in making that happen. And she says, I expect many Coden to relocate temporarily to the Great Lodge. We'll be pooling all our resources to defend the city against possible retaliation by Jormak, and discussing where to go from here.
Makes sense.
Does anyone else? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to check in with Logan about how things have been going since like Codicus's demise. Like if Queen Jenna's reign and stuff's going a little smoother now, the Centaur stuff's died down a little bit, all that kind of stuff.
So as you kind of approach him, he's sipping an ale and puts it down firmly on the table. Reaches out a big gauntleted glove, takes you by the arm. Good to see you,
Good to see
Mr.
you too.
Goodkin.
Yeah, that's gonna leave a bruise. Yeah, thanks. You're
Ready
very
for a
strong.
serious fight?
Yeah, I guess, sort of. I'm trying to be a more confident me, but I just started, so working on it.
Well, I wish I could go with you.
Oh,
But,
you're not going?
No, I've seen an Elder Dragon up close once before, and he kind of looks briefly around at the other members of Destiny's Edge. And we failed. It's time to let someone else give that a shot.
Is there anything from that battle or that meeting with the dragon that you could tell us that might be of help? I mean, we fought, a champion of the dragon, but I couldn't even imagine coming face to face with a monster like you all did.
Kind of leans in. Wear your brown pants. Ha! And he gives you a little punch on the shoulder.
Oh, God.
No, but seriously though, it's not something you forget. It
Yeah.
sticks with you. We lost a man. A soldier's mentor, Snaff. I wasn't there when they faced him. That was what caused our little spat, breakup, whatever. Ritlock's still a little mad about it, but we're cool. But I had come back to Divinity's Reach to defend Jenna, Her Majesty, the Queen. What? Never mind.
Oh.
But no, from what I've heard, it's not something you forget. They're incredibly powerful. They're very, very large. I saw Krokotorek before they went to fight him. He flew overhead, and it is... Honestly, it's a little awe-inspiring. Utterly terrifying, but there's something about them. They're so huge and almost otherworldly. I don't
Yeah.
envy you, but
I mean, I
if anyone
definitely
can
am
handle it, you guys can.
terrified, but I'm also pretty excited to study it, assuming we survive.
Well, I will be coordinating the defense efforts in Divinity's Reach. But a company of Seraph have been assigned to join the assault on Or. We're trying to do our part now that you've taken care of the White Mantle. We've cleaned up most of that. We jailed a lot of the Ministry guards. The ones who seemed innocent enough and maybe didn't know quite what was going on, we've spread them out among the Seraph so that we can kind of keep an eye on them. It's rough, but people are beginning to adjust. As far as the Centaurs go, there are still some angry tribes on the borders, but many of them have broken away from the Modnir leadership. Several large contingencies have been reported returning to their ancestral lands. Seems without Caudicus and his folks goading them on, it looks like their war chief is having trouble keeping them in line. So, again,
Great.
good on you.
I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah.
It's definitely good news. Yeah. Oh, by the way, if something were to happen to me or to us, I'll try to make sure this sword gets back. But would you make sure it finds its way back to the Shining Blade if anything were to happen?
Of course.
I don't want to lose Omen. That seems like a bad thing to do.
I don't imagine Anise will let that disappear now that she knows it exists.
Yeah, she might kill me a second time, you know. But
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that is within her power. She
that
can be
woman
a
is
little
very
scary.
scary. Yeah, no, for
Yeah.
sure, terrifying. But hey, I'll try to come back alive. I feel like there's a lot more to this in you and the Queen Jenna story, so I really am interested in what happened there. You know, is there like a romance between you? But we can talk about that if I come back alive.
He flushes from head to toe and gets very uncomfortable, visibly
Yeah, I got
uncomfortable, like
questions too.
sweating.
You guys fucking.
Yeah, and
You know, King
he just sort
Thackeray,
of
he's
like
got a nice
brushes it
ring to
off,
it.
like it's no, no, no. She's the monarch of Kryta, and I live to serve the kingdom. I'm
Well, my dad's always
gonna
told me a husband is a
get some
good
more
servant.
beer. And he like heads over to get some more ale.
Well,
Otherwise,
okay, have fun.
ah, I like that guy.
Good people.
If she could, Kitri would kind of like sort of sidle up next to Kaith a little bit and just kind of be like rocking on her heels a little bit and just maybe not even directly facing her, just like standing next to her, and she'll just say, um, so the Pale Trace told me more than once that you know something about the the truth of the Nightmare Court. We don't really need to talk about this now. I don't even know if we're all coming back from fighting this dragon. But if we do, maybe that would be a good time that we could talk about that. Thanks. And then she'll just wander off. Like she's not even waiting for a response. Like she's just going.
So Kate is standing all alone. She's like kind of gone off into what is the darkest part of this pretty well lit room. This floor is structured in such a way that the walls kind of lean outward a little, and there are big windows from about waist high to the ceiling that kind of lean out over, so you're looking down on the street below. You do get a view of the harbor, but it's not quite a straight window, so you don't have a lot of sky view. And she's kind of standing off in a corner alone, very pensive, sort of looking out the window. You walk up behind her and give your little spiel, and she does not react. And as you kind of turn and walk away awkwardly, you hear motion behind you. I'll leave it up to you if you turn to engage or if you continue to walk away.
She'll try to see like out of like if she slightly turns her head, can she tell what she's doing out of the corner of her eye?
She has turned towards you and is kind of walking towards you with an arm out, like she's going to tap you on the shoulder. She just
Yeah?
says, "Sorry, I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment. What was that you were saying?"
Oh, I talked to the Pale Mother a few times, and I've had a few, I guess more than a few now, experiences of, I guess dealing with the more dark side of Sylvari life and sort of the abilities that accessing or giving into that can give you. And Pale Mother told me that you would be able to sort of tell me the truth about that. But I haven't seen you in a while, and I don't really think I should deal with this now, given the pressing circumstances. But if
She said that?
yeah, I mean, she's told me a little bit about that you've been there, and a little bit about what happened. That you've dealt with it, perhaps in more similar ways to myself, but we can always talk if I get back. But I don't mean to like trouble you or anything, so if you don't want to,
She
no
sort of
pressure.
turns and catches the eye of a server and just says, like, makes a couple of hand gestures. And this little scrawny, like late teens, human female with like tight fun buns comes over in a very tight sort of, I forget the term. It's like a single lapel flap shirt, like buttoned down one side, like a nautical type of vest, comes over with a little tray. And Kaith just nods and picks up 2 wine glasses and hands one to you. Pulls out a
Thank
chair,
you.
kind of grates on the wooden floor. Please, have a seat, sister.
Are you sure we really don't have to do this now?
If not now, there may not be another time. She drains her wine glass.
Oh gee. I'll are we next to like a table? Are we like sitting at a table now? In fact, I'll just like set mine on the table and like slide it towards her then.
She sets hers down on a table and then like slowly takes a seat. And it's hard to describe it. It's like watching a piece of silk fall into a chair. Like it's so effortlessly graceful. And she sort of sits, leans back, like one leg crossed over the other, puts like one arm out over the chair, one over on the table, takes the glass and looks at it, gets like the last little drop and sets it down, just like lays that hand over her crossed leg casually, but you can see like it's kind of resting on the hilt of a dagger, just kind of restlessly. She sort of looks around. She says, perhaps she is right, and the time grows near. It seems I shall never find rest until I confront my past. It has been my wild hunt to fight the nightmare. I think in part because Fowlin and I were so close when we were young. She and I are both firstborn, one of the 12. We were more than close. I loved her. I still love her. Or at least a part of her. And I believe at one time that she loved me, but that love has turned into something dark. It's become obsession. Possessive and cloying. I heard recently that she and the court are planning to leave their stronghold north of the grove. For years they've laired in the Witchmire swamp. Most Sylvari steer clear. The dangerous creatures and the noxious wildlife have never really been welcoming to our kind. I believe they found solace in that. I think I must find Fowlin and try one last time to bring her home. To turn her away from the nightmare. But I have little hope that I will be successful. When I do find her, I shall call for you and your friends. Perhaps with your support, we can find redemption. At least for one of us.
We will be there when you call. Where would they go when they leave if they leave their stronghold?
I don't know. That's what I aim to find out. If they're abandoning the Twilight Arbor, which is what they call their hidden fastness, it must be something serious. They've spent so long corrupting that place and fortifying it. Well, whatever it is, it can't be good. I've been helping Traherne with the plans that he and his Pact officers are making for Orr. I believe he's about to tell you about those plans and about what we've been up to. But I think my part in this endeavor has come to its end. I wish you the best of luck, sister. And when next we meet, You and I will have a great deal more to discuss.
Look,
She-
sister.
Very quickly leans forward and sort of puts a hand around behind your head. Gives you like a really deep, like she looks into your eyes and it's almost like she's looking for something. It's like a confusion, not a confusion, but like it's a searching look. And when you say that, she kind of closes her eyes and nods, and just as she gets up, she kind of leans in and just kisses the top of your forehead. May the
Oh,
Pale Mother guide you.
and you as well.
With that, she just kind of gets up and strides across the room. You see she passes by Air, and she reaches out and just kind of runs her hand down the back of one of her arms. Air turns and kind of smiles and nods, and Kaith just nods her head. Kaith leaves the room.
Did she touch that other glass of wine at all?
No.
If she didn't, I'll take it now and I'll down it. Just like, oh my god. Yeah, that's
Alright.
it.
Does anyone else have anything they want to do?
I will go talk to Zolja actually,
Okay.
and I will show her the Bloodstone wand. But I got this little souvenir from Kudu. It's kind of pretty crazy. I still keep my old focus with me just in case.
Always good to have a backup, Commander.
Mm-hmm.
And she talks to you a little bit about that to get the skinny on what exactly it does and how it's been behaving.
Yeah, I won't hide anything. I'll tell her all about it.
Fantastic. So, she congratulates you on your creation of a demiplane. That's high-level magic. Not a lot of people can make that sort of stuff happen. It's very impressive.
Yeah, it seemed like the best place to practice with it.
Well, speaking of the dragons, I think part of this debriefing is going to be us going over the results of our findings. We've concluded the analysis of the data that you guys salvaged from the Crucible, and it definitely has a lot of information on the Elder Dragons. That wand, combined with the information, tells me that Kudu was very focused on the dragons and the capabilities of what they could do if they could harness that kind of magic. Since the dragon magic itself is sort of primal and chaotic, it sort of lends itself well, I think, to the manipulative and transmutative magics that Kudu had the most interest in.
It does seem like that's what he was working a lot on. We found all kinds of different experiments and people that were going to be experiments, and it was not a good place.
Yeah, I imagine not. Frankly, I'm glad I didn't have to go in there. I probably would have had to bring the whole place down. Although, I guess that's what you did, so... bygones and bygones. No problem here, though. That place needed to be wiped off the map.
We definitely made sure of that. It's inside of the map now, I think.
Or in another dimension, perhaps. Let's hope not. I'd hate for anyone to get run into that, surfing through the mists.
Maybe we have to go find it one day.
An interesting hypothesis. That bears thinking about. Yeah, other than that, other than the specifics of the findings, she does not have a lot of additional information.
I'm good.
Anybody else?
I would also like to talk to Zoja.
Uh,
Is Quippa still alive?
She lets out, for a small person, a deep sigh. Yes, she is still breathing and conscious and aware in a prison facility. She does have access to certain information, but she is closely monitored. And I will tell you, the food she gets is not the best. Very bland.
That's it. I just walk away.
I was like, cool, can I have her skin? Fuck that.
So Birdie does not do well historically with this crowd, so I think he knows. Like he just kind of like He's observing, looking at anybody,
They
everybody,
don't talk to a minimum.
people watching.
As you're kind of playing the wallflower, Ritlock, this hulking char and spined kind of black steel armor, dark brown fur with almost like a crimson-colored, wild-styled mane, stomps over to you, his flaming sword now sheathed with no flames. Good to see you again, cub. Been keeping your blades bloody?
I don't really use blades anymore. He kind of pulls out his lute and goes, "This is my my weapon of choice." And I don't know. I've gotten really really abstract with my violence these days. It's kind of cerebral. I don't know if yeah, but I'll turn your head to scrambled eggs, which would work well for most.
That's what I like to hear.
I figured, yeah.
The blade's a bit as a figure of speech, really.
Yeah, you know, I do have a blade, but it's like kind of ornamental. It's like ceremony. It glitters. It's pretty cool, I guess. Yeah. But,
Well, as long as every now and then it glitters with a bit of blood.
yeah, not really. I'm not very good with it. Is the thing? It's too heavy for me, and I can't really. It's pretty heavy.
Well, you should spend more time in the Citadel. Maybe we could help you with that.
It doesn't really seem fun. I don't like to sweat, so. Yeah. I appreciate the offer.
Most humans sweat all the time.
I don't.
Oh. Wow. Good talking to you, son.
Yeah, good day.
Awkwardly disengages.
I feel that that's like the I don't know, the super straight uncle trying to connect with the gay nephew but doesn't really know what to do.
100%.
Balls drag race.
Yeah.
Good talk. Good talk.
Hey.
Birdie code switching for.
All right. So after a few more moments of visiting and refreshment, order is called once again, and Marshal Traherne addresses the assembly. Thank you all for coming. Commanders, a pleasure as always. We believe we have reached a point where an assault on Or is not only feasible, but perhaps the best course of action as we continue our struggle against the Elder Dragons. This will be our first true attempt to bring the fight directly to them, and we will be counting on you as perhaps the strongest fighters in our force. Over the past several months, we have conducted a series of reconnaissance missions to Or. After the defeat of the Risen fleet at Skull Island, or Claw Island, my bad, the seaways were once again less threatening. We've taken down a number of Risen ships between then and now, allowing us to land several parties in different areas of the once sunk kingdom. Specifically, we put together a group of Sylvari Rangers. We call them the Pale Reavers, after the pale tree, in honor of our mother. We have discovered that Sylvari appear to be immune to the corruption that Zhaitan inflicts upon those who fall near his forces, and so fallen Sylvari cannot be raised into the service of the Risen forces. The Reavers and several talented Whispers agents have reported back, as you see here, and he unfolds this, uncovers rather, this pretty detailed cartographical map of Or with soundings and wind directions, lots of nautical information around the western coast. There are markers on it for massive temples to the gods, and you can clearly see outlined in red ink is the location of the city of Ara, down on this kind of southwest edge. And he continues, As you can see here, the Holy City is not terribly far from the coast. I have traveled the shores of Or myself, briefly, in my youth. I know a bit about this area, and I believe here would make an ideal point of ingress for a beach landing. We have at our disposal a small number of ships that have been outfitted with the ability to travel through the air. A combination of Asuran technology with the best of Iron Legion engineering. But the carrying capacity of these vessels is limited, so we cannot use them to deploy the bulk of our forces. Most of us will need to make landfall, but we believe we can reach the gates of Ara easily within a day, allowing us to assault the city proper. Initial scouting reports indicate resistance on the beach will not be heavy, though it will be significant. We've identified some key strategic locations between the coast and the gates of Ara that will need to be overcome and held in the event of retreat to coordinate supply lines if that should become necessary. General Almora has been absolutely crucial to this planning process. We would like to get your input, commanders, as your part in this will be the fulcrum upon which our efforts turn. We have several strategic goals in mind. As I said, there are points between the shore and the gates of Ara. The city itself is encircled with a sort of natural stone formation. We believe it was once the site of an ancient volcanic caldera, long since inactive. The city itself, when the human gods possessed it, was excavated, and the natural fortress wall reinforced. There is only one gate for entrance into the city. We will likely have to capture that, and we imagine resistance there will be extremely heavy. Inside the city itself, which is where we believe Zhaitan to be lairing, the ruins are difficult to traverse. Most of the buildings have collapsed. The rubble fields basically fill the once ordered caldera. Let's see if he had something specific. I know from my research and my own experience there that beneath the heart of Ara lies an artesian water source, what ancient scriptures refer to as the source of Or, the source of its magic. It is this holy site that first drew the attention of your human gods to this plane of existence from the mists. It was there that Duena first set foot on the face of Tyria, and I believe this potent magical source is where Zhaitan makes his lair. If memory serves, one of the great ringed structures had collapsed there, and part of it has embedded itself in the ground. Most of it will be buried, I believe, upside down, but if that pierced deeply enough into the subterranean area, it may be the quickest way to find the dragon's lair. He sort of hesitates as he's saying all this. I don't know, frankly, what would be the best tactical approach. General Almora has absolute faith in her vigil. We imagine losses will be heavy, no matter what strategies we make here. But at this point, with these resources here, Zoja has the results of the information that you scavenged from the Crucible, And between her knowledge and the tactical expertise of the general here, I believe now is the time to make more solid plans for your part in this endeavor. How much interference we will need to run, when and where we will need to strike to give you the best chance, where you would prefer to engage Zhaitan, be it underground in his lair, on the ground outside, or in the skies above.
Is there a place that he would be potentially less powerful or more inhibited than, right inside where he lives?
Zoja, would you like to take this? Zoja just kind of like steps up on a stool and puts her hands on the table. Absolutely, Commander. Excuse me, Marshal. Not used to all this military stuff. So, according to the available telemetry from captive dragon minions, combined with the readings from sites of recent minion activity and samples from lands close to dragon lairs, it seems that the dragon rise, the activity of drawing themselves from their slumber, depletes a great deal of dragons' strength. That's why Kralkatorrik was able to brand such a large swath of countryside and turned so many creatures into his servants, but now he's not continued to do that. It's why Primordus was able to decimate the underground Asuran kingdom when he rose, but while he continues to be active in the depths of Tyria, we don't see a lot of activity from him on the surface. Likewise, the rising of Zhaitan conjured the land of Or from the depths of the ocean, but we haven't seen the dragon flying over the Crichton countryside. At the moment, it seems the dragons are in a resting state, unable to bring the full force of their power to bear. This is part of the reason we believe now is the time to strike, to test our own strength. It's impossible to tell how long this state will last. If you'd like to know anything about a specific Elder Dragon, let me know and I can tell you what little we've gleaned from our notes. And she kind of looks over to the general, Almora, who says, after speaking with Zoja and trying to coordinate with my soldiers, it's difficult to tell with a creature of this nature. They're so old and so strange. We do know from legends of dragonkind that a dragon in its lair is extremely formidable. However, encountering it there does limit its ability to fly away and hide from you until it can gather its strength again. A dragon in the air has less ability to influence the environment around it, but it can just disengage at will. To that end, we are outfitting all of our skyships with special ballista. They'll be outfitted with harpoon-tipped bolts tied to thick, reinforced cording so that you can try to, for lack of a better term, spear one of the dragons in flight and potentially draw it in closer to the ship. It'll be dangerous to be that close, but it prevents them from disengaging. So, really, as far as the potential danger, it's about the same. It kind of depends on you and your capabilities.
I don't know about you all, but I'm not going into the heart of Or to have this dragon fly away. Hey, we take it to the
Yeah, I
house.
mean, I didn't want to go in the lair to begin with, but then he made it sound like that was the smart decision.
Plus, if we take it on its lair, I mean, there may be things there that are more valuable to us anyway after we beat it. Because either we survive and we get the loot, or we're dead anyway. There's no sense in letting him fly away.
It's now that you hear, despite your passive perception, the sudden voice ringing out from the doorway of Zardoz Zord, as he says,
Oh,
This guy.
and I tell you now, should something tragic happen to you while you are in the air, that is an awful long way to drop. That being said, I am offering my services as a proficient ship captain in this endeavor.
He never fails to impress.
And the marshal just kind of like heaves a little sigh. You see his shoulders kind of shrink. Yes, Mr. Zord has volunteered to captain one of our sky ships, since he does have quite a bit of experience piloting enchanted vessels.
It's not a really basic one.
Zardoz just says, yes, and it ought to be a hell of a good time, too.
I really want to do the sky one.
I bet he's fun as fuck.
It's such a bad
I'm
idea.
just worried that, if we have Brina and Galatar who need to be up close and personal with this thing, how are you all gonna manage that?
I mean, I've got some sneaky stuff when it comes to
I can make 3 of them fly.
Yeah,
Also,
and
I
Kitsui and
guess
I have magic that can bring
Most of
somebody
us that
down.
have, I guess more of my effects rather, are more dependent on, natural sources of like the terrain or the water.
Mm.
I have
Oh,
some things that could be useful in the sky, but far more things that all of the options would be available to me if I was on the ground. But also, I could potentially make all of us fly anyways.
We are
It
also
just wouldn't be in the form that you would want.
yeah. I gotta be able to play a lute.
Plus, anything
Yeah,
we
you
do,
wouldn't
He
be able
needs
to do
his
that.
thumbs.
anything we do to restrict its movements or cause ourselves to fly are subject to either it breaking free of our magic or whoever is keeping us aloft being taken out of commission and us all falling to our deaths. It's definitely less of a we're constantly in control of the situation there.
Maybe we should have an I guess contingency of if we will try to engage underground, but maybe we have a small force that's able to try and intercept him if he manages to get out and try and fly away. Not that that's ideal, but
Oh, if we
It's-
go underground, we'll keep him there.
Yeah, I think once he's under, he's staying one way or another.
one way
Yeah.
or another.
No,
Yeah.
So I was just going to ask, do you know if we do manage to defeat Zhaitan, would the Risen still remain? Do you think that they would immediately stop? Would they just be less organized? How do you think that impacts his forces, aside from him himself?
Judging from what data I have access to, I think that they'll probably remain animate, but there will be much less cohesion. There'll be no singular will driving them. It should be much easier to mop up.
What if you just distracted their forces then by setting up on the beach without maybe trying to enter the city to take on super heavy losses, but maybe you draw his forces out onto the beach? If we could sneak in, deal with him, and then you could come in and mop up, you would probably lose a hell of a lot less soldiers trying to go through that single entry point.
Almora says, yes, we had considered something like that. The dragons, at least the elder dragons, are attracted to magical items and forces. They consume it. Zoja has explained to me that the stronger and more powerful an object or effect, the more likely it is to catch a dragon's attention. So if we had something of significant strength, especially if it had some sort of special resonance or significance with Zhaitan, we could probably lure him from his lair. I don't believe we can lure the Risen army. While the majority of their soldiery is mindless, shambling creatures, former humans, they are led by a couple more powerful, we'll call them generals. I don't think they actually have a command structure, but on Claw Island we encountered several stronger undead that were lucid and had what seemed like some sort of command over different sections of the groups. Those creatures will not play into our hands so readily. The main gate to Ara, one way or another, we're probably going to have to take that. Although, if Zhaitan himself can be drawn out, I don't know. The general idea was most of our forces will make landfall here, and she shows you this landing point. They'll proceed across the coast here towards the city gates. There's
Ryan,
an
I'm
old...
not seeing anything.
No, sorry, I erased the drawing. It was too small.
Oh, okay.
So this will be... Shit, let me grab my tool here. See, like, the coast...
Yeah, I'm still
Where
not
are
seeing
we?
anything. Isn't this?
Can you see that?
Yeah, there we go.
Alright, so we'll say this is really hard to draw with. So there, let me draw this a little bigger.
The gusto, I like it.
I have to draw things of a specific length or it doesn't register.
Oh,
And then there's a pop-up that prevents me from drawing. Stop it.
Looks good.
Damn it. This tool is being pain in my ass.
I can pull up MS Paint and
Yeah,
paint here.
there we go. This is basically it.
Okay.
So, she says, the general plan is to land here at the beach on the west. We'll travel overland, trying to find some significant space that we can capture and maintain as a sort of fallback position before we reach the gates. We'll continue from there until we reach the gates of Ara, where we expect to encounter the most resistance. We believe most of the Risen forces, once they realize we're coming, and they will, because it will take us days to get there, will be withdrawn into the city proper and behind the gates or the outer walls to defend them. While we are doing this, we shall have support from the skyships above. As we saw on Claw Island, we do expect there to be some aerial defenses, whether they are lesser dragons or other risen creatures that were native to Or, we're not sure. Either way, we will need help on the ground or in the air. It's your choice, commanders, which you choose to participate in.
Hmm.
Once we reach the gate, it'll be all hands on deck. We cannot proceed with our ground forces into the city until the gate is captured. Once that's secure, we can make that a choke point, and a smaller number can hold the gate from forces trying to attack us from within the city. That'll allow us, I believe, a bit of respite to heal our wounds, reorganize briefly. We won't be able to stop for the night, but that should allow us a little bit of a breather before we press on into the city. At that point, once again, there will be a ground assault, and we'll need to divide into several companies to separate and engage the Risen on several different fronts, while the skyships that remain shall proceed over the fortress wall, the caldera sort of mountainous ring, over the city proper and engage any aerial forces they have there, or provide bombardment support from their cannons to the city below. And again, that will be your decision whether you choose to accompany us on the ground or venture into the city via the sky. For you, perhaps it could be less risky to enter the city through the air and drop down once you identify an appropriate landing space.
Good.
You could also join us on the ground and stealth your way through, trying to find your way through the city as best you can. And she kind of motions and turns and says, yes, I can offer you a rudimentary map of what were once important locations in the city. I was there briefly, shortly after Zhaitan's rise, before it became overwhelmed with the Risen. And he motions to you, Galatar.
I was just wondering, so I know that our short-term goal is to kill Zhaitan, but I guess if we're going to have to deal with the other dragons like Jormag and whatnot sooner or later, how many of our forces can we realistically stand to lose in this battle?
Almora kind of puffs up a little bit and says, I'm not going to lie to you. This is grim work. All told, the Pact forces number about 2,000. We're planning on taking the bulk of that to Or with us. Approximately 1,200 souls. The ones that remain will fortify Lion's Arch. We will send messages of coordination, and they will continue our recruitment efforts in the capital cities. Unfortunately, while we have been granted some significant boons from the other members of this alliance, and she gestures to the remaining members of Destiny's Edge, not everyone was able to commit as many forces as we had hoped. But this will be the first true test of Pact strength, and we cannot hold back. Once we assault Or, if things go south, it will be months or even years before we'll be able to mount any sort of significant offensive like this again.
Also, I guess, assuming that we go and we fight Zhaitan and we survive, maybe even like defeat him, what are we anticipating that the other dragons will do in response? Will that sort of start to wake them up, or?
Zoja pipes up and says, that's an excellent question. Honestly, we're not quite sure. As creatures of primal magic, all of the Elder Dragons are masters of evocation, bringing magic to manifest in the world. But they and their minions are sort of naturally aligned to specific segments of the magical spectrum, so to speak. When a creature this massive and so saturated with magic dies, we're not really sure what happens. In all likelihood, the magic that they contain will be bled out into the environment, much like it does over the long period of their hibernation. At least that's the working theory. Now, whether or not the other Elder Dragons communicate is another thing entirely. We don't believe they do. It seems to us, in the rare occasions when dragon minions have encountered one another, they tend to viciously attack one another. There's never been a documented instance where dragon minions cooperated. And that aligns with some of our research. We discovered that several of the dragons are polar opposites of one another. While this may be somewhat obvious in the case of Primordus and Jormag, who are equally opposed on the spectrum of fire and ice, the different ends of entropy, if you will. It's recently come to light that Zhaitan and Mordramoth, the jungle dragon, are diametrically opposed. The oddball is Kralkatorrik. Their magic is unusual. We're not quite sure why, except that Kralkatorrik appears to be the eldest of these dragons. So that might have something to do with it. But specifically what will happen, unfortunately, there's no way to know until we find out.
So question about one of the dragons, if you'll allow me. Zhaitan, dragon, wielder of undead magic. Is Zhaitan undead?
Zhaitan is primarily aligned with negative necrotic energy and fluent in necromancy.
Right.
He animates the undead and tethers their essence to himself, absorbing their knowledge and experience.
Okay.
Elder dragons themselves kind of defy classification. They're sort of their own taxonomical group. So, while it has characteristics of an undead creature, I don't know functionally if you could classify it as an undead monster.
So you would say functionally, it's not undead.
I would say functionally it is an elder dragon, a force of nature.
Okay, follow-up question. Do we know if Zhaitan speaks common?
Where it absorbs the memories and the knowledge of creatures that are killed and raised into its service, absolutely. Or at least it understands them.
Fantastic. Good news for us, guys. We got this one in the bag.
One of his weaknesses already overcome.
That's right. As long as I can see it, we're in good shape.
Here's something.
Yeah. Let me see. At this point, Ritlock kind of bellies up to the table, gives Almora a nod, and you see Almora kind of bristle a little bit, like the hair on the back of her neck kind of stand up a little. And he just says,
Yeah, I wish there was more we could do. We're building up defenses along the ruins of the Great Northern Wall, and Tribune Desert Grave is stepping up patrols across the Diessa Plateau. Something's got the Flame Legion riled up, and their raids are getting bolder every week. Once we're secure, we'll coordinate a push into Flame territory with the Blood Legion from the north. We'll push them all the way back to their own citadel. For the moment, my first responsibility is to protect my own people. That being said, the Iron Legion has provided siege engines for this little excursion, and there are plenty of Gladium fighting among the Vigil.
it gives her a very pointed look.
So I'm not worried about you. Give them hell.
And he just kind of takes a couple steps back.
So, as far as like who's actually like physically fighting the dragon, is that designated as just us? Or is there like going to be a few other people there, you know, to help
There
out? Or
A couple of like uneasy shifts, and people look very uncomfortable, except Traherne, who stands tall and proud as ever and looks you dead in the eye and just says, "No, sister. I'm afraid it is likely to just be you, unless you're encountered in the air and the crew of your airship can help you.
cool.
Most
cool,
of the soldiers
cool,
that we have stand no chance against a creature of Zhaitan's size and power."
What's about Mortimer?
Oh no! Don't do this
Don't-
to him.
don't
No, no,
send
no!
more
That
people
man
to
is
looks
too
at you.
precious.
Who?
Oh.
What?
Burn.
Oh,
But we
Uh,
He looks
he's like
around
the
the table.
messenger.
General Amor is just, I don't know.
Is Mortimer in the room?
No. Just a Lion Guard soldier.
Poor Mortimer.
Let me get promoted.
He's a hero.
He's not even a
die,
fucking.
Galatar?
What'd you say?
Do you want him to die? Like one
No,
hit
I
with
just
the
thought
dragon, he's out for the
He
count.
told us
right?
that riveting story about how I kicked that guy in the balls, taught him to never mock him again, and I just thought he seems like a kind of guy you need on your side in a tough fight.
I have a feeling he made that story up.
Do you
Oh.
think?
Yeah.
Can I like
That's
retrospectively insight check Mortimer or retroactively like try to
We're not going to do a retrospective.
my
Oh,
passive 22 insight?
Because he was telling the fucking truth. Fuck you guys. Mortimer's a hero.
Morty doesn't lie.
Yeah, Morty's a good
It's
guy.
Too wholesome.
Yeah, but bringing him to fight an elder dragon does count as hazing. So
That's like literally he will die.
He would has 2 hit points.
pretty
The
sure.
dragon will look at him and he'll die.
It would be so funny.
All right. Well, I
Um,
think,
Okay. Do you guys have any special resources then that we could use or borrow? We are
I
able to,
think
you know,
we're the
somewhat provide
special.
our our own.
Yeah,
Resources.
yeah, we have a lot of those on our own.
I mean, more in the way of like healing potions, or I don't know.
Like a
I will say, you guys have 2 supreme healing potions, 6 greater.
Do we? I don't even know where they are.
I think amongst the
We as a group.
6
Are they
basic.
amongst us? Okay.
Yeah, you are potioned the fuck up.
We also have 2 people who can cast heal, so I feel like we'll be
Yeah.
all right.
I think 2 potions of lightning resistance, potions of flying, climbing, 2 potions of gaseous form.
Both birdies.
Could we use the potions of gaseous form
Galatar's got 1.
to get down to the
I do.
ground unseen?
Potion of vitality, potion of invulnerability,
And I think
potion
some
of
of us.
water breathing.
I know I do
resistance
still have
to
like
fire
our
and acid.
heroism charm thing that we got.
You do. I think you're the only one that still has that.
Wait, which charm?
Our heroism charm.
Oh, I
Oh,
have
yeah, I
mine.
burned mine. I got
I
my
still have
coda.
mine.
Never used it.
I still have mine.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You guys have that charm of Coda.
Yes.
What does that do?
Inspiration.
Oh, that was, that was
Oh.
bless.
A potion of
Maybe?
heroism?
Shit, I don't
That's
know.
what I
Temporary
wrote.
hit points. You are under the effect of the bless
Probably
spell.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I also have lightning resistance, an antitoxin, an
I've got a cold
Eyebright tonic.
resistance. I'm sitting on that for Jormag.
Not a bad idea.
Smart man.
The long game with that one.
Really smart.
And
I don't know when I
and
got it.
I know this is gonna come in especially handy here. I have 2 smoke grenades.
Ooh.
Never say never.
I mean, the basic zombies will be confused.
That's
Also,
true.
I only have 1 thing of holy water.
Do we need more holy water? Do you think? Since it's
Isn't
an
that what we
occultic
need
dragon?
for undead stuff?
Zhaitan is
I mean,
not.
could be
Zhaitan,
helpful.
his little minions might be. but
Yeah, it could be a good idea to get some. I think it's good.
I have a flask of holy water as well.
I mean, we've got a lot of like unused water skins. So
I would say a flask of holy water also deals like 2d6 radiant damage.
Mm-hmm.
pretty cool.
Oh, frozen.
Every time.
go,
If
you're
we
back.
finish off Zhaitan, do we get like first dibs on research materials from him, like things for designing weapons, armors, any of that type of stuff? Would that be cool? Any of like that type of fun stuff?
Trahern's like is taken aback for a second and just says, honestly, I had not considered what to do with Zhaitan's corpse. If there is a use to put it to, I believe there will be enough for whoever might need components.
So how big is he?
Like on a scale of 1 to 10.
Like is he?
He's almost as big as one of our sky ships, I believe.
How big is the sky ship?
20 by 20.
He's bigger than that.
40 by 40.
Oh,
Yeah, they're big.
Oh,
Elder dragons
okay.
are
oh
big boys.
fuck.
Like, how many squares on a grid are we talking?
So wait, is he as big as a demi-plane? Is he 30?
So, well,
Anybody's seen him?
I believe Trahern. So Trahern tells you, like, I have not seen Zhaitan in such a situation where I could analyze him, but I did catch a glimpse of the creature moving, and it is truly enormous.
Okay.
I will tell you.
If you had to pick like a very specific adjective that correlated
On
to
the scale.
So, like, a gargantuan creature, the space they typically occupy on a grid that you can't pass through, like the area they melee control, is 20 by 20 square. But their reach beyond that, because they're much bigger than that, is much bigger.
Okay.
Gotcha. Gargantuan, what a fun word.
So he is 20 by 20, but
The functional square on the grid will be 20 by 20.
Right.
Oh, that's so big.
The token will be larger.
Will be an entire map.
Yeah, let's drop in on this baddie.
Yeah.
Just for a little behind the scenes, the way I do my tokens, because Foundry has this neat feature where you can have the token occupy a square, but you can scale the token to be a percentage or like a multiple of times bigger than it normally is, but still have the same token size. I try to scale them so that whatever their reach is for their claws or their heads or their wings or their tails, it looks like that many squares is where those things reach.
Yeah.
So it's
That
easier
doesn't-
for me to kind of visually translate.
Yeah.
And it
That's good
tends
to
to
know.
work pretty well because when you then hover over and you see the square they occupy, it's like, right, that's not where they can reach. That's their physical body making it so you can't pass. And it works pretty well.
Nice.
I'm excited.
I am too. Yeah.
I'm nervous. You keep telling us we're gonna die.
Well,
Sounds
now I
super
am ready
fun.
to, I need another glass of wine.
Do we like
You can
to
go make
airship
sap.
an idea and then go down to the city, or do we want to see the city like going through the ground?
What do you all think? I mean, I guess we go through the air. We'd probably be able to find that sunken end ring that would lead to his lair maybe more easily.
I mean, this Captain Zord seems like a really trustworthy fellow.
Well, there is that.
So to kind of break it down, this is going to happen in several phases, and you guys have options throughout. And I am open if you guys come up with a different thing to do that's creative. Like we can try to go that way. So this isn't married to these options, but right now the Pact has a plan that's generally the choice between air support or ground support. You go from the landing zone across land to the first capture point, and that's a sort of scene.
Yeah.
And then you continue to the gate, which is the next scene. And then probably at the gate you'll likely have to come down to fight. But then once the gate scene is over, for better or worse, you get a little respite, like a short rest, and then you get to choose again. Do you want to go ground or do you want to go air this time? You don't always have to go either way. You can mix it up. It's just all up to you.
I mean, I won't lie. If I feel like we could be helpful at the gate.
I agree.
I'd say I could probably be more helpful on the ground, at least initially.
And
All right.
It sounds like
Ground
once
it
they
is.
take the gate, the soldiers would be a lot less likely to die. So, I mean, I think
And then
that'd
we
be a
could
huge
go
help.
try and be above the city to find our way in afterwards.
Yeah. Seems like a good plan. How long does it take to get to Ur? I know you said it was several days. Do you have an idea of exactly how long that would be?
Let me find my map. Lion's Arch.
L.A.
hopped off the plane.
Boats can travel for 24 hours. They don't have to rest. So means they can travel 3 times as long as humans. So 1 day, 2 days, 4 days, 5 days.
Oh, jeez. We're probably lucky then we don't gotta, walk
Like-
there.
7.5 days, something like that. Yeah, we'll say probably 8, just to make it easy, because it's a big fleet of ships, so they'll probably move a little slower. About 8 days
On the island or to get there?
to get there.
Okay.
Yeah, no, when you land, it's gonna
It's
be like
Lightning strike.
a grueling 8-hour days worth of fight.
It's like, in theory, we need to take everything and beat Zhaitan within an 8-hour time span, ideally.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point to make. Is that so when you make landfall on ore, things are going to move pretty quickly, pretty doggedly forward. So you need to shepherd your resources because you will not have a long rest before Zhaitan. This is apparent in game, like the way Almora explains the movement of the battle. Unless things go completely tits up, and you guys get beaten back to your capture point or even back to the shore, in which case you may long rest out on the ocean and may not even go back. Like that's a catastrophe I haven't even planned for.
Oh, great.
So
Basically, if we got
It's
a
a
long rest,
possibility.
someone's
You fuck
probably
up
dead.
So bad the campaign's ruined. All right. Cool. Is
not
Kolinar-
ruined, but it will evolve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No
Is
way to
Kolinar or
ruin it.
anybody
Right, you
that
can't
going?
ruin a campaign.
Yeah.
That's
Is Kolinar what?
Is Kolinar or anybody like that going? I know that the general's going, right, Almora, but is anybody else that's kind of like high up going on it?
Us.
The members of Destiny's
Booyah!
Edge are staying behind.
Yeah.
They each have their own shit to deal with. Kolinar will go, but he is going to remain on the ships on the coast. In the event of retreat, he can put up like wall of force and maybe do a gate spell to get some people someplace. Like he can try to do some high level magic then. But he is not a war mage.
Would I be able, in the time that it takes us to get there, because it's several days, could I teach Kolinar Mighty Fortress in case he needs to cast it and like give it to him with the resources or whatever, just in case he would need to? Is he capable of doing like 8th level spells?
He is, and actually you can teach it to him before you leave, while he has
Perfect.
access to the market and he can copy it from your spellbook.
Yeah, and then that way, if he needs to cast it, they have it, and I don't have to worry about trying to like rush back for it.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Did Soja in the briefing clarify any like big resistances that they found in their research regarding Zhaitan?
If any of his minions are an indication, Zhaitan is immune to necrotic damage.
That would make sense.
And the same will hold true for Primordius and Fire, Jormag and Cold, Kralkatoric and Lightning. They're not quite sure about Mordremoth.
Did Kala previously know that Kolinar was going, or is this just like first time hearing?
He
He's
probably would
gonna
have
be
mentioned
there.
it while you were hanging
Okay.
out. Yeah, he would have told you he's not going to fight in the main battle, but he'll be there to provide support and protection on the ships.
All right.
Right.
Oh,
So
and before I forget, I'm gonna take my Shield Guardian with me, just before I forget to say that, and we actually depart.
okay, are you taking him like in combat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I'm gonna actually take him on the ship with the amulet and attempt to use him in the fight against Zhaitan.
Cool. I will add that token.
I'm gonna put my crampons back at the end.
Yes, this is a good point to manage inventory and mark what you're leaving at home. Uncheck
Can we
those
take
bags.
a short like bio break while we do a management break as well?
Absolutely. So I will say, before we take this break, do you guys know what you want to do as far as when you're going to go in the air? All you really have to decide right now is when you land in Ore. Are you going air or ground?
Ground.
I think we're
Ground.
going ground, right?
I think ground. I think we've got. I think especially for the melee people, they're gonna be a lot
Yeah.
more.
Sorry, Brina. We
Yeah.
don't want to put you in the air.
Well, I mean, Kala can't like. At a certain point, the distance in the air would be like hard for even Kala to, and all our spells wouldn't reach. Like the limitations are much greater in the air than on the ground.
I got my 15 javelins, baby. You just say the word, I'll point them to
I think
I
we're
feel
gonna
like
be a
if
lot
we're in
more
the air,
effective.
though, things are gonna come to us.
That's true.
I mean, yeah, probably.
But yeah, I think ground's a great place to start, and then we know where.
We
to
can
go
pop
from
up the
there.
air if we want to, yeah.
The
It's also
Really
harder to
true.
like then manage, I guess, if like they're all coming to you in the air. Like you don't really have like a choice necessarily of whether you're trying to stop them from getting to you or not.
I like the idea of leading charge.
We gotta save these soldiers too. We need all the forces we can manage.
Yeah, we're gonna need.
We
a
have
lot
to
of them.
save Mortimer.
I want us and Mortimer.
We don't need a repeat of that
Zhaitan.
trip in the first campaign where we lost everybody but like 2 people.
Bruh.
That was freaking rough.
That was a dark, dark moment.
Yeah, that's good shit.
Do we
That was
need
not good. It felt
anything
terrible.
Yeah, everyone but 2 NPCs died.
We were, and one of them died, and we brought him back to life. Like we were not going well.
brutal?
we kept one like token guy alive. We're like, we're not losing everyone.
Right.
You're gonna steal.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Fuck.
Okay.
Well, I'll pause this. So resuming now. Also, follow-up question about luring Zhaitan out. Is the plan for you guys to try to infiltrate somehow and fight him in his lair?
I think so.
I think so.
Oh.
As terrible as an idea as that is.
We're gonna steal his little
We're
magic
one
river.
shot, one kill. We're going in there. Yeah.
It's a little bit like which plan at this point sounds the least bad. Not that any of them are great, but
Yeah, we'll probably kill Zhaitan in 1 turn and be done.
It'd be fine. It'll be fine.
Probably over.
I'm gonna hit him with that prismatic spray. He's gonna be gone to another dimension.
Choo!
Done him.
I will say, I am experimenting with this, and the Elder Dragons are, I think, at a minimum, CR 27.
That sounds like that's how it should be.
What effectively that means for a group of 6 at this level, we'll see.
Yeah.
I think that sounds about right.
I don't
You know,
feel
we
good
may
about
have
it.
an entire new adventuring party come up and fight the rest of them. Who knows?
What CR was the champion of Jormag?
Like 17? Or something? No, that's not right. 21? Maybe?
I feel like we can.
Maybe?
I was gonna say, like,
Just to be
CR
clear,
27 does not
We
sound
said
outrageous.
we gotta do like
for
several
6 level
combats,
15
no
characters.
long rest in between though.
Yeah, that's what's
Yeah.
scary. With Drakar, I still had like half my mana left.
Oh, I
That's
had like
pretty
all my
tough.
spells.
Yeah, that's fine. Drakar wasn't a good test because
have to
I
be-
didn't get touched.
But
We're
the
gonna be
difference is going
very-
into this, like, we do know that we have to conserve resources ahead of time, so it's not
Yeah.
one of those things where, like, we spend them early because we think we can get away with it.
Yeah,
Play some
yeah.
stuff. And Sabrina, make sure you hold on to some rages. One or two or something.
Oh no,
She's
not
got
like
relentless now, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Persistent rage. Fuck.
And job.
kind of trying to like pick out in my head like which stages would I be willing to use which spells, right?
Mm.
Of like when if something happens, I would use this spell, but not this one.
I feel like we're
It
critically
is.
thinking,
Because
guys.
there's some things that I really am like that needs to wait until I like see
Yeah.
Zhaitan. But other stuff I'm like, if we have to fight hordes to get to him,
Yeah. Spend those first and second on the hordes at the army. Save the third and above for Zhaitan.
Give the big boys for the big boy. Perhaps.
So, you wrap up your briefing, and you're given a timetable of 3 days. Kind of make your peace, make your preparations.
Arrange your affairs.
There's a fight next
Yeah.
to Kin.
And then on that dawn of the 4th day, the assembled fleet
Majora's Mask.
out in the harbor, and even extended into the bay beyond, gets underway. The ship's bells sound, and you guys make your way out to the open ocean.
The night before we leave, I do want to go ahead and cast underwater breathing on all of us, and I'll do that every night. But I also want to include Kolinar in that, if he wouldn't mind, like coming over for dinner or something, just to make sure he's safe.
So I will say that, like, the night before, you guys are put on the boats to stay the night, kind of get comfortable, settle in, and then at dawn, anchors are weighed. I will say Kolinar is on your boat,
Okay, great.
and shit on me. You know what I didn't do? Hang on.
I'd like to buy some more rope in the days between.
Easily done. Just bear in
okay.
mind we'll need the bulk of it.
Yeah.
Assuming you're not putting it in the bag of holding.
Yeah, I'm putting it in the bag of holding.
Okay.
Oh, and I want to do greater invisibility with contingency again.
And what's the contingency?
Just saying the word invisibility on my turn.
Okay. One second. Right, yeah. So as you are getting comfortable on this ship, your illustrious captain in his fancy-ass purple hat, new outfit, he's got black, an outfit of kind of striped black leather and like gold lame, with some intricate stitch work on it, like big buttons all down the gauntleted sleeves with a little bit of lame sticking out from under the cuff. Similar embellishments on the thighs with some high black sailing boots with purple velvet trim.
What is this, the Met Gala?
Kinda. I think I can share this.
It's camp. It's giving camp.
Yeah, here you go.
Oh.
Hello, sir.
His purple hat, his dashing eye patch, his long white feather plume,
Serving.
his ornamental rapier at his side, as always.
This
It's
you
just
see, like,
Zardoz with the disguised face.
concealed under one of his flapped lip cuffs is his bracer of flying daggers.
What, does he have like the cowboy spurs on his boots there?
Yeah, he
does.
fucking do.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say he's probably not wearing those on the ship, but he typically walks around with them.
Even more badass if he was.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Respect.
As you settle in aboard the Starlight, Zardoz comes in and pays you all a greeting and just tells you, settle in, it's going to be a long week's worth of journey, but he has one of the best ship's galley chefs in the Navy. Pirated him from one of the other crews, so to speak. Of course, nothing illicit was done in that acquisition. Gives you a wink, Bernie. And yeah, there are about 30 crewmen on this boat. Most of them Lion Guard. This is not technically a Pact ship. This is one of the ships that has been crewed with a small contingent of Lion Guard soldiers. But they're all experienced sailors. There is, a quartermaster barking orders, a bosun, a couple of bosuns watching like the deck crews. It has a middle deck with rows of cannon. And Zardoz explains that the cannons themselves aren't really useful against airborne enemies because the enemies are too nimble, but they can be used to bombard things from the air on the surface. So they'll be helping provide a little ground support that way when they can. And yeah, Kolinar makes his way onto the ship. He's got a bunk. There are probably like 3 hammocks to a room where you guys are. Most of the crew are all sleeping in like the same 2 rooms. There's like 10, 15 people in a room, but you guys have about 3 to a space. Probably doled out based on your size. So Brina and Kala are in 2 different rooms for sure.
And while we're on board, I'll put up the mansion every night that we're like on board.
Right.
And so there'll be our rooms, but I'll also make the dining hall a little bit bigger and just kind of open it up to any of the crew that just want to come and like
The
take a break
sailors
or
love you.
yeah, anything like that they just need a break or a bath or whatever else.
Absolutely.
I'll say on the first night of the boat, I will get the group together and explain the lifeboat demiplane. So I'll put it up and take you all in there and show you with the couches and some beds and explain that there is no food and water. So you definitely want to remember to bring water with you, at the very least.
So how
But-
do we get in here?
Well, it's kind of an emergency. If you're in here, I probably won't be.
You won't be?
Well, who knows? Like I said, this is a worst case scenario. But Kolinar will hopefully get word and, we'll set up something beforehand. And like, once we land, we'll say like, 72 hours. If he doesn't hear from us, just come check the lifeboat if we're here or not.
Wait, so how do we get in if you're not in?
Yeah, how do we get in it?
No, I'll let you in.
You let us in, but you can't come in.
Why wouldn't you come in too?
Like I said, it's a worst case scenario kind of thing.
So it's not possible for you to...
No, I can, but if, mages stay behind, or if we're staying behind, or last stand at the Alamo.
Huh. But once you're in, they couldn't get to us.
Well, it
Who's
stays up for an
Alamo?
hour.
Oh, for an hour. Fuck me.
It was this very famous man when the Primordus was coming out of the ground. He was trying to protect a bunch of people in this temple.
Is this an Asuran history? I mean, I guess I don't really study any other
deep
culture.
southern Asuran history.
I understand.
Yeah,
this is a really cool spell, Alexa.
Al-Hamo in Asuran means holy space.
It all makes
Wow.
sense.
All right.
This
He
is
must
very
have
cool,
been
Alexa.
a pious man.
Well, just make sure you end up on the lifeboat too, okay?
I don't want to not.
Yeah.
Do we have like extra water skins or anything, Colin? Should we stock it with some of the water skins or things that
I
we have
have
just
19
in case?
right now.
Should we put a few in there just in case, like, either you don't make it
It
or
might go
either Alexa don't
stale,
make
but
it,
like,
I mean, if it's gonna go stale, it probably has. It's been in the back of holding a while.
also true.
But I refill them. I don't just leave them.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, I just assumed it was the
That
same
takes
water
a
you
lot
got
of
months ago.
time.
Just because none of the rest of us are responsible doesn't mean Paula isn't.
Yeah. You gotta
That's
take
fair.
good care of your equipment.
Water bottle. I don't want to hear it. I will drink my petri dish.
Oh my gosh.
Yo, you mean she doesn't wash water bottles? What? The water doesn't wash it?
So
Water
can other
bottle.
things like get in the demiplane, or is it only like things you specify?
I do believe for an hour, yeah, it would be anything that could see the door.
Okay, so we'd have to figure out like we get in there and then we've got to like defend it till the door disappears.
It might
It's
be.
odd because it says a door appears. It doesn't say like a hole or a doorway. It says a door, but it doesn't tell you what the door is made of, if you can destroy it. And it doesn't say you specify who can go through it. But like the Magnificent Mansion does, and it's a lower level spell. So
Oh, that's a good point.
yeah.
But it
That's
is
a
in its
good
own,
loophole
but
point.
Magnificent Mansion is in its own permanent demiplane space that doesn't stop.
That's true.
That is also true. Demiplanes are persistent.
Yeah, they're permanent spaces in pocket dimensions, and they can be opened by anybody with the spell that's connected to it.
I would say probably my on the cuff or off the cuff ruling would be that it's a door, so you can close the door, and it would just be like a strength check if something tried to open it and you tried to hold it shut.
Oh.
Yeah.
So could we theoretically, DM, put like a door bar or something on the inside, or have like a latch that's in the space that then if we wanted to keep the door from opening, like we could put it down?
Like a Tensor's immovable disc.
Essentially, I was thinking like a Skyrim
Dragon.
door bar, but you know, a Tensor's disc works too.
Maybe.
We had
Yeah.
it rolling a while ago. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Tensors will hold up to 500 pounds. I mean, it's not gonna stop an Elder Dragon, but you know,
Yeah.
it is
Does
only a
the
medium door,
swing
so
in or out?
I would
Oh
say
God,
it's up to the
everything's-
caster.
The Elder Dragon.
I was wondering that, but
we deserve it.
Everything's ruined. It's actually
Only
just like a little
like-
pocket door that just slides in.
9 water skins in there. About half of
Okay.
what I have.
I think we managed.
Yeah, because that would get us by at least like a day or so, right? Work.
So I will say that as you guys are kind of getting to know the crew over this time, you notice that none of the Soothslayers are here. This is not Zardaw's gang. These are all mostly Lion Guard. It looks like some conscripted sailors maybe, or like basic sailors, not official rank holding, deckhands and things. But the quartermaster's name is Silas, and there are a male and female bosun who are like below the quartermaster and kind of in charge of the day and night deck crews and stuff like that. The bosun's names are Trig and Tevia. One's a male and one's a female. Just people you get to know on the trip. It's a long trip. If any of you are interested, I would say it is a perfectly reasonable assumption that over these days, those of you who don't know how to sail a ship could be shown the basics of how to participate when someone barks an order. If you need to jump to and do something, if it interests you, you could learn how to do that. Just for future reference.
I think Brina's probably seasick for at least day 1 through 3.
It
Eventually,
is a surreal feeling, the constant up and down motion, the side to side rocking. It's very different from the solid earthbound mountain living you're used to.
definitely some vomit here, but you realize.
So, days pass. There are periods where you're almost overawed by the midday sight as you look off into the distance as this fleet of ships surrounds you and you are all sailing over the wide blue sea, knowing what you're going towards and all of the hundreds of people who have gathered to help make this happen, fully cognizant of the sacrifice they may be about to make. On the 6th day, Galatar, with your background and your intellect, you recognize a stone promontory that is sticking out as you near the coast of Or, as you see Malcor's Leap. You know that you're coming around the northwest corner of the landmass. Following on day 7, you continue and you're kind of just out of range. Every now and then you start to see the coast come into view, but they're keeping a wide berth from the shore, trying to maintain what element of surprise they may. There are a few times where you hear sudden cannon fire, and as you kind of look over in the day, or as everyone flocks to the deck in the night and sailors take to the riggings and are looking out over the darkened seas, you see like a lone risen patrol ship that is being sunk by other members of your fleet. Occasionally other ships, as you travel, pull in closer, whether at night or during the day, and messages are exchanged, intelligence reports come in. As the 7th day comes to a close, the tension in the air, you can feel it for sure. You can cut it with a knife. Zardoz pulls the crew together and gives them a quiet talking to about what's to come. Most of this crew are going to be on this ship, and they are not staying at the coast. They are going to take to the air and offer air support. The Starlight will be one of the airships. He tells them that you guys will be disembarking to join the main force, and everybody goes to bed that night sober and reflective.
Before the, because we're going, landing day is the 8th day, or what would be the 9th day?
We'll say this talking to happens on the evening of the 8th day, because the 8th day is the final day of travel. Yeah, so the morning of the 9th day, you will arrive on the beach.
And that's when we start.
Yeah.
So just
this evening, all the ships kind of gather in closer together.
I will have Hero's Feast for us. And I'll invite Kolinar. I think I can do up to 12. So maybe if there's a few people that, I don't know, Zardoz can come, I guess, but like some of this isn't gonna. isn't gonna do
Zhaitan
too
says
much
that.
for them, but you guys can all then put your hero's feast effect on, and let
Yeah.
me roll
Zardoz
for
just
your.
says, "Oh, well, don't mind if I do."
And we're gonna have like we're carb loading. There's like cinnamon rolls,
Yeah.
like breakfast for dinner,
I was gonna ask
like-
if we could do breakfast for dinner.
Waffles, bacon, eggs,
waffles,
waffles, sausage.
pancakes, biscuits, you know, just everything. We could all really want. And so it's 2d10 hit point maximum increase.
You roll that? Kingsley?
I'm rolling it. Ooh, everyone gets 12 more hit points.
Sexy.
100 hit points.
And it would be 12 there.
Up to a solid 120.
I'm at
103.
122. Look at us.
Oh,
Ooh.
That
That's
night.
134.
Probably the only time I'm going to see triple digits.
That night
Oh.
while we're having dinner,
Uh huh.
through like a bite of waffles, probably. Karina's just gonna say, "Hey guys, I'm not making plans, and I'm not saying goodbye or anything, because contingency plans imply that, you know, things go wrong, and things are not going to go wrong, things are going to go great, and I didn't say goodbye to my family or anything, because why would I say goodbye? There's nothing to say goodbye about. But, if something were to go wrong, and if someone happened to not make it out, that's okay. Kind of think you only really get one shot. And if things go sour, then maybe with the spirits and finish.
Brenda, are you saying you don't want us to bring you back as like a Solari or something?
I don't want to be a Solari. I'm pretty cool. No offense to the Solari, it's just I'm good. Good, you know?
Yeah.
But again, there is no reason for goodbyes, and it's stupid to do so and to make plans because.
So is this like a complete DNR, or is this like a just don't resurrect you into some other body?
Like if you gotta bring my dead body back on the ship and then pray over it and stuff, that would be. Like if it's like an emergency services thing, that would be cool, but
Right.
we don't need to attempt like, you know, breaking the laws and don't talk to any necromancers is what I'm saying. Because
All right. I guess.
I mean, I guess in a way we're going to talk to a bunch of them, or just one really big one.
yeah, no, fuck them kids.
I don't. Hopefully, they're not going to talk.
Yeah, no.
Oh, that
Do you
would
think
be
they
awkward.
make noises? Do you think that they have? Do they talk? Do they make noises? Do they still?
You should have
understand
asked Soldier.
things?
Guess
I
we'll
will
find out.
say now, if any of us go down, I don't think any of us want to come back as some kind of Zhaitan minion. So,
No,
like,
thanks.
let's try to get the old bones out of there. If you know what I mean.
That'd be better.
Good call.
Good looking out. You know, if somebody does go down, maybe we hit him with the old, 1-2 kind of. I don't know what anyone of us would do.
Just
But,
cut their head off.
How
yeah,
long
We'd
do
be
you think
okay.
honestly, if somebody goes down, can't get him back up, I'll hit you with the flamethrower. Make sure you.
I was gonna say I can just create bonfire over your
yeah,
body,
yeah,
but
something like that.
How long do you think it takes for the whole risen thing to happen? Like, do you think it happens as soon as you would die?
man, there were so many questions we should have asked Soja.
Great question, but
Yeah, I really wasn't thinking about our death then, but I feel like the
Yeah,
mood's a lot
Colinar
more
and
somber
Zardar's
now.
looking at us and chuckling.
Kolinar says,
Well, actually, on Claw Island, I realized that as we were fighting the Risen in the courtyard, before your timely arrival, thank you again, some of the more powerful lieutenants of the dragon have the ability to raise the fallen from the field. Somehow they spread the dragon's corruptions through themselves like a sort of focus, if you
Yeah.
will.
Great. Okay.
I feel like the more I learn, the less I wish I knew it. But then I'm also happy to have this knowledge. But I'm just,
Ignorance really is bliss.
maybe I'm just gonna start like shoving like waffles in my face or something. Hash browns.
I don't think
a ton
this
of
really
hash browns.
changes the plan. I mean, just don't die.
That would be ideal.
That was always plan A, you're right.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily hitting me like it is right now through a mouthful of hash browns, and I'm just gonna keep stuffing.
But Colin, on the off chance that we would die, could you give this letter to my family? I would imagine you'll survive. I mean, like, we are going to go fight the dragon. You're going to be on the ship. I think you'll probably be fine.
He kind of like cocks his head at the side. And you brought that with you on a boat to
A letter, books, writing implements, yeah.
Why
What?
didn't you leave it in town before we left?
Yeah.
Because I didn't think about it until we were like 4 days out, and then my death became more of an
Yeah, you
idea.
could have mailed it before we left.
Guys,
Can't you
Like-
teleport,
This
Galatar?
Fair
week,
enough,
we've been on a
fair
ship
enough.
24 hours a day. I've been doing a lot of thinking. I didn't bring enough books. I got through the self-help book in like 2 days.
We have had quite a time to reflect.
Mm.
Of course.
Thank you.
Speaking of the self-help, Galatar, has it helped yourself?
You know, I'm feeling more confident. I feel like I'm embracing my inner goddess.
Did you read? No, never mind.
That's
As
what
he's
happens
talking
when you
to
hang out
you-
with a group of girls all day.
As Galatar's like looking at Keytree, Zardoz like bends around behind Galatar, just like, okay.
Also, I will say, and this goes for Zardoz, anybody who wants it. If anybody just wants a little bundle of sage to carry with them on the battle, I totally understand, and I'm willing to part with one. So, I immediately handing one to Brina.
Really kind of like in a little teeny tiny voice is like.
They both kind of look at each other, and and as they're turning back to you in unison, I'm good.
They're safe and sorry, though.
Your loss, it'll get you out of a pinch. You'd be surprised.
It's
So, guess we
We'll be fine.
everything
It's kind of
was okay.
fucked up. They were like, "You guys got this," when it came to the whole dragon. I mean, I knew that's probably what was going to happen, but
Well, and they clarify that the role of the Pact is to cut the wedge through the opposition so you can get there, and then to become the focus so that it is focusing its will on its minions and driving them at them and not paying attention to you guys.
yeah, for sure. I understand the goal.
Our job was.
Lot
This
of
was
people
always
have
our
that.
job.
That's the thing. Oh, I think Green's freaking out from the perspective of like it's fun to go on cool adventures and to kill bad guys in the woods and like plunder for treasure, and it's a different thing to go to war and like a bunch of people are gonna die just cause. So she's shaking in her boots a little bit. Yeah, I'll take a sage.
Okay.
Sometime, can I pull Zord aside?
Yeah, Zardoz, sure.
Yeah. Just gonna say to him, I would highly, highly recommend that if you're not bringing him with you, pointing to Kulinar, don't bother coming back to LA.
Make an intimidation check.
Whoa.
Hell yeah, Kala.
Ooh,
I just got cold chills.
that's pretty good.
14.
You catch him. He's actually standing at the bow of the ship before turning in, and as you're looking for him, you find him kind of standing out there alone next to one of the massive harpoon guns. These sort of converted ballista. You say that, and he's just sort of like chewing on a long-stemmed pipe, looking out over the sea. And he doesn't move at first. You hear a sort of, huh. And he turns to you, and he just says, "Duly noted."
Hmm.
And then he turns back to look at the sea.
I just walk away.
All right. You guys pass a fitful night's sleep, anxious about the next day. And before the sun rises, you hear across this area of the coast, as ship's bells sound, sailors are called, all hands on deck. You can hear, even from your vantage point, with like the sound of the crashing waves against the shore, the wind blowing over the open sea, the voices of commanders and captains and others giving their motivational speeches on nearby decks. Zardoz says a last huzzah to his crew to kind of psych them up. And you watch as the Pact begins to mostly move forward towards the shore. There are a couple of ships that hang back, yours included. And as the ships near shore, you see like tumbling out of nearby low hills along the shore, just masses of undead creatures. The boats get as close in as the shore will allow them, and smaller rowboat and landing craft are deployed. And as these creatures get closer and closer, you watch as these rowboats are being rowed furiously towards the shore. Some of them, you can see as the ships near the beach, some people just dive out into the water and start swimming because they think it's faster. Eventually, the first foot soldiers land on the sand, and they have probably about 5 minutes to kind of brace themselves. You see a lot of them go up and form a phalanx wall and start planting shields and spears in the ground as this horde nears them. Suddenly there is a twinkling. It's almost like a sea of fireflies along the beach. And you watch as these little motes form and then fly forward as priory magisters are lighting and hurling fireballs towards these, and just you hear as most of the beach is thrown, explosions of sand and stone just fly to the sky, and in certain places you can see strategically placed these long walls of flame are conjured as a barrier, and through them you see Risen running. Some of them hit the walls, and as they come through they burst into flame and crumble to the ground, just disintegrating into ash. The battle is joined in earnest. Zardoz mans his helm, which is oddly positioned on this ship. It's actually behind a raised platform in the middle of the ship, so he's calling out for headings. And he turns and gives a word, and you watch as someone else runs down below decks. A couple of seconds go by, and then you hear a humming, and there's a slight vibration of the ship beneath you as it slowly begins to make its way up out of the water. Very slowly. Zardoz turns to you all and tells you that it's time. You need to man the lifeboat, and his men will take you to shore. Assuming you don't use some other means of transportation. You are put into the longboat, and the what it would normally be considered a short journey to shore feels like forever as you hear the cries of battle, the explosions. You'd see arcs of lightning and blobs of what look like smoking acid crash into this ocean of undead creatures until eventually you two are carried to the shore. The fighting is kind of pushed back inland a little. Past, you can see scorch marks where sand has been turned to glass by the magical flames. You gather in the back with what looks like several other much larger boat-like structures. You've never seen boats like this. It's not like a rowboat. It's like a small pontoon, or a rather large pontoon. And as they beach themselves, the front ends crash down, the heavy sound of metal as char siege engines begin to roll slowly out onto the beach and make their way up the sand. Knowing the goals, the army fights and begins to push its way inland against this tide of undead. There are pockets where the undead will fall away and a little more headway is made, but people are trying to communicate with each other and keep the front as even as possible. What we're going to do now is a skill challenge.
Oh, bro, this is fucking Magic Normandy.
Oh, yes.
Yes. It is storming the beaches of Normandy. So, standard 5 successes before 3 failures. And the end goal is to reach a point that looks like you could fortify it and use it as a sort of temporary base of forward operations. So, you can each look at your skills and your proficiencies and try to devise a way that you could help the Pact army in its efforts, whether it's inspiring soldiers or overcoming obstacles, searching for things, perceiving things. You tell me.
I apologize because I have to derail for a moment. I would say on the lifeboat or longboat as we're making our way, I will activate my safe, as I'm sure Galatar would like to activate his mage armor.
Wow, what a great call. Thank you for the reminder. I would like to do that.
When he's like, look at your abilities, I was like, my armor class is not right.
You do have plenty of time in the rowboat to activate those.
Good call.
Yes.
No,
who would like to go first?
I don't know what.
Do they have archers or
Oh, yeah.
like? Okay.
They have archers from the human and Sylvari kingdoms. They have vigil soldiers from the Iron Legion, some gladiums with muskets, and even like heavier ordnance that they're carrying will look like small pocket cannons, like little mortars.
My idea, I guess, is I would use my my bonus action, like Valiant Wild Shape, to be able to turn anything like a CR0. I guess I'd want to turn into like a bug or like a fly, something that could fly up but not necessarily be seen as like a target. And I guess my would try to observe or do some like reconnaissance of like where they're coming from and like maybe where we should move people, or like, oh, these people over here need help, and then just be able to sort of like fly back and report, because I can talk in
As a wild
my
shape now.
shapes now.
Okay. So do you think that would be perception or investigation?
I'm hoping perception.
I would say using perception to keep an eye out for like potential hazards, terrain, ambushes, and to relay that sort of information. Sure, yeah, that could be perception.
Okay.
And in that form, it would be a fairly easy DC, I think. Yeah.
But I roll
So-
it with my stats, so
Oh yeah, yeah.
there it is. That is a 22.
Okay, yeah. Easily the first success. Who else would like to go?
If following Kitri's kind of directions, Brina could wield her just issues shield and just kind of like act as a battering ram to part whatever big creepy guys are in the way to get other soldiers behind. Does that make sense? Kind of?
Athletics?
Sure. Yeah, just straight
So,
jamming.
so as the fighting intensifies and things move inland, Kitri's even like a hummingbird, you know, too small to really be seen by these kind of I don't even know the word to describe it, but rather unobservant, undead, shambling risen. She starts humming around the battlefield, zipping, and relaying information as best she can. Brina, as you kind of stride forward, you see that a lot of the soldiery, the heavily armored vigil, even like the big hulking Char and the Norn, who are part of that force, look to you for guidance and leadership. And one thing you notice as you move through this new land is that it's, for something that's been underwater for a very long time, it's not smooth. There are crumbled ruins of civilization all around you. There are toppled buildings, huge stone columns of like cyclopean size, just enormous things shifted down, rubble, big boulders all in your way, and it's all crawling with undead. So there are huge creatures, and there are also big obstacles, sometimes overlaying the only path between two fallen structures. But yeah, make an athletics check. 22. Let's see. This is... Okay.
Do punch, guys. Not a forge
Yeah.
a bit of a crap.
Absolutely, second success. So there are a couple of times when you are able not only to push enemies out of your way and help people kind of break the momentum of the Risen that are opposing you, but there are places with your belt, you just flat out find like a marble pillar blocking the way through a ruin, and you're able to get underneath it and shoulder it up and lift it up over your head high enough that others can get underneath and then help you further to tip it over out of the way and clear the path. Places where tumbled stone and what looks like coral growths have kind of grown over things, cementing them into your path, and you're able to grab onto them and rip them out of the ground and just clear the clutter that way. For sure. It's 2 successes.
All right. Birdie. Minor illusion on the ground of the sound of a drum beat. And he pulls out his lute and just starts this like metal, like AC/DC, like thunderstruck, fucking like, you know,
Soundtrack.
inspire the troops. Yeah, get them going. Know that our side's got the momentum here. Yeah, trying
Okay.
to do a performance.
Performance check. I will grant that. So be a little higher DC, because being heard over the din of battle and having the maximum effect is a little more difficult.
With this magical loot, that ain't no problem. 24.
Yeah, even with the higher DC. 3rd success.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you guys watch
As
as
the
like
Trollskull 6 roll onto the beach, we get like the fucking
dun, dun, dun,
yeah,
dun,
exactly.
dun. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys watch as periodically, like near you, there'll be a sudden shout and a surge as companies of these vigil soldiers with their priory mages behind them, slinging magic as they go, just surge forward and cut a spearhead into this army, and the Risen are just driven to rout. And as everyone else catches up, Birdie comes like shuffling his way out of that group and into the next one and just keeps going. And yeah, the vibes are solid.
Vibe master of the invasion of Normandy.
Most vibin' player, MVP.
Wasn't there a story of like a bagpipe player on the beaches of Normandy?
keep
don't
the
know.
vibes, keep the vibes light, keep the
That's
energy
dope.
high.
I'll have to look that up later.
I feel like,
There
yeah.
we go.
That is 3 successes, no failures. Who would like to go next?
I would like to look for some of those crumbling ruins
Mhm.
that If you hit it at just the right place, you could knock the whole thing over on a bunch of undead. And like point that out to, I don't know, like a priory person with a fireball or something.
Okay. And what do you imagine skill that would be? Investigation?
Investigation, probably.
Okay. So this is also like a higher DC, just because it's very specific but doable. 22. Yeah. So yeah, as you get closer and closer to like the halfway point between the coast and where the general said the gates should have been, it gets like late in the morning. You find yourself entering what looks like it could have been an ancient, smaller town or like a big village. But again, it has this weird architecture where every now and then you see like a half ring sticking out of the ground, and it's been broken off. There's rubble everywhere, but some of them are fairly precariously placed, and you watch as the Risen are just zipping around in like little hordes and packs, trying to pick off the wounded and other members of the Pact forces. You pull aside a couple of scouts and point that out and kind of strategize with them for a moment. And in several places, as the day progresses, you are able to find these key locations where a vigil Iron Legion soldier is able to set down some ordnance, and then, on a count of 10, run away, and there's an explosion shortly after, and his towers collapse and take out small droves of the Risen. For sure. 4 successes, no failures.
Oh yeah, let's go, guys. These minutes.
I mean, all I do is kill shit. I don't. If you've got something fancy, Galatar.
Nah, mine's pretty intelligence based, and Call just did something similar to that, so I'm trying to figure out.
Insight, Arcana, Survival.
I'll say, yeah, what I would like to try to do is just, I would use my big spell, big 5th level Eternal Unblinking, to just make a big eyeball and take out a bunch of Unrisen and clear a path. Because that's the intelligence base save for them, so I know they're not smart. But I guess for this ability check, would it just be my spell casting?
I would say if you're spending a 5th level spell slot, it's just a success.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a steep price, and it absolutely works. Like as you kind of communicate that plan, several divisions around you kind of break off sideways and go into this wide flanking circle, driving the Risen into a low depression, gathering them all together. And as they kind of bump in, you see these like zombie-like creatures, and sometimes just purely naked skeletons scrabbling over each other in this big ball. You watch as it gets bigger and bigger. It's kind of strange. Like, you see parts of this ball of fleshy creatures start to bulge out in ways that's entirely unnatural. But you're able to cast your spell and throw that energy forward, and as it bursts over them, they're just dissolved into fleshy mush. So yeah, 5 successes and no failures. A flawless storming of these beaches.
Good luck to Normandy. I'm sweating.
I would say you easily find yourselves in another one of what looks like a ruined village, and you find yourselves making your way into this depression, and off to your right there's it looks like a long fissure in the ground. It's opened in a kind of crescent shape around to the right, from the south going to the right, and then kind of coming back up north in front of you. It's about 10 feet lower than you, and there's currently like a stream of muddy, dirty water. It's got kind of like an oil slick look to it. And you kind of see some more crumbling walls and ruins, like part of the land has sunk down over time. Before you is there's a big broken pillar to your left, and all sort of before you on this area are the low crumbling walls that outline structures that used to be here. They're only like 2-3 feet high at most. So it's not even big enough to obscure your vision, really. And in this area that has now got dissolved flesh kind of coating the ground, there's a big stone circle in what looks like maybe the town square, or the village square. And as you all kind of gather together and approach this, you're kind of inside this crescent. Birdie, like directly about 5 feet beside you, part of this crescent like digs into the ground. You can see it kind of going around as this water, murky, dirty water flows through it. You all kind of gather closer, and you're about 30 feet, let's say, away from the town square, and you see all around you are dead vigil and some dead priory and a shitload of dead risen. And the risen are just like mutilated, you know, headless, burnt to a crisp. Some of it's just pieces that you think there were some risen here at one point. Now it's just hands and feet and weird shit. Like, it's hard to tell. There's so much destruction here. But everything is kind of cleared out of this area. And as you take a moment after this massive spell clears this last pocket of risen that have been driven in, you hear shouts from your left and right as to your right, across this little chasm, this little shallow river, a group of risen and a couple of big, burly, look like risen ogres come launching themselves over a small hill of rubble and crash into the vigil on that side. And to your left, there's a similar grouping that comes howling out of a dark corner of a cracked and crumbled ruin to assault the group of vigil on that side. Standing in front of you, across the town square, about 40 feet in the air at the top of a broken building, you see a figure step its way up into your view, wearing what looks like an old, moldy breastplate, a long, black, tattered cloak floating in the breeze behind them. Long, ghostly white hair draping from their head, flowing in the wind with an almost spectral aspect to it. You watch as they reach down to their side and pull out 2 short swords. They survey the field before them, and they thrust themselves off the edge of the building, rising into the air on what looks like a jet of black smoke. And after they reach about a height of like 80 feet, they angle down towards you and come rocketing towards the ground, stopping about 10 feet before they hit.
Oh shit, you got drip.
And you see this creature come to a very sudden stop. I'll tell you what, let's say at 80 feet in the air, we'll roll initiative.
Oh god. You talked about that white hair. I was like, is that bitch from Game of Thrones?
Holy cow.
Is that
I'll catch a break on initiative.
the bitch from Game of Thrones?
Oh yeah, there were no gifts
That
today.
One.
Oh,
I
I have not rolled above an 8 on
character
initiative in like 3
selected, so I didn't get
Damn,
that.
our initiative will suck ass, guys.
Yeah.
Dude,
I've
me
not
too.
rolled
I
double
haven't seen it.
digits
Me either.
in
I
a
can't
long
tell you the last time I got you a
Oh, I think it's because I didn't put you guys on the map.
Yeah, I wasn't able to select my.
Yes, I got the error.
Yeah.
So, Arena.
I don't know, Alexa, maybe we're just meant to be at the back of the pack.
Dude, apparently we're the anchors of the group as casters.
That's right. We're just holding it down. We're waiting to see what everybody else does, and then we're
And then
just,
we
you know,
fucking
fixing it.
go in and clean up.
That's right. It's not that we're super slow.
We're just super thinking about the situation.
We're the
Too smart for our own good.
Uh-huh.
To be fair, even Kala rolled badly on the initiative.
Man, I still got cold chills from the get fucked Zardoz Zord. Kalinar's not coming back, don't bother bringing himself back to
Oh, dude. Yeah, no, that hardcore got me. That
Good
was
as hell.
good
yeah.
shit.
Had one Olivia Rogers cocktail and I'm feeling great.
Liv makes strong drinks.
Yes, she
They
does.
make strong fucking drinks. New Year's
It's
2020.
delicious. She makes delicious drinks, and so you drink it and it's
Delicious
like
and
nothing.
strong are not mutually
It's like-
exclusive.
She made like a Moscow Mule with like blueberry vodka, and like, yeah, it's nice.
Liv made lemon drops New Year's 2020, and Alex Canfield was for the
That's the
next day.
drunkest I've ever been in.
We were like, "Do you want to go on a hike?" And Alex is like, "I can't move."
This morning after, I was like, I can't go anywhere. Great.
Okay, so let me
Oh, man.
bring you all over here.
The decades of alcoholism. Help me just fine. That moonshine, baby. Anyways.
Okay. So, this figure kind of launches itself into the air and stops momentarily to survey, and you can see like they're coming towards you, and that's where we will start initiative. At the top of the round is Bertie.
Lord. All right, give me a second to take in the map here. Are baddies over here?
Yeah, 80 feet in the air. Which
Okay. 80 feet in the air. Oh my god.
It's about
Well, okay.
75 feet from you. Or no, I guess 80.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh. No, it's too early for that. We don't need that for this guy. I hope. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I am going to, with my loot. Oh, it's just one creature.
Oh damn, I forgot. Yeah, hang on.
Yes,
That is-
Okay, I tell you what. I'll go ahead and with my loot, I'm gonna grab Brina's arm, and with my loot, I'm gonna cast Heroism on her. So, a willing creature you touch is imbued with bravery. Until the spell ends, you're immune to being frightened, and you gain temporary hit points equal to my spellcasting modifier, which I believe is 5. You gain 5 hit points at the start of each turn.
Ah! Your turn or each turn?
It just says at the start of each of its turns. So at the start of your turn, while I'm concentrating on this,
5 HP.
you get 5 hit points, 10 hit points.
Sexy. Sexy, sexy. Being frightened.
Yeah, and
I
then
don't have the stat block for that Jade construct.
yeah, I'll have had to move up to Greenan to do that. But then I'll go ahead and let's get a Mantle of Inspiration popped up. Get everybody some temp HP. As my bonus action. Temp HP. Everybody, we'll say. Everybody except. You don't want to put shit on here. We'll say everybody except Brina. 'Cause you
So
already-
I don't need to move.
Yeah, I'm alright.
Well, it's about the hit points, right?
Fair. I guess that's
so-
true.
Everybody except Brina gets 14 temporary hit points, and you can immediately use your reaction to move up to your speed.
14?
What?
What?
Yeah, 15th level. And I will yell scatter, and everybody, we're in a nice little cluster here, and so I'm
How
gonna.
high are the walls, Ryan? Like the little.
Like 2 or 3 feet. You can
So we
step
can-
over them.
Okay.
Alexa.
And that is.
It's like 2 or 3 feet. We fucking talk about step over it.
Well, yeah, most of you. Probably be difficult terrain for Alexa.
I'm
Just like
uh
parkour that shit.
I'm a home improvement neighbor there at 2 or 3 feet. How you doing today there?
So the game's paused, but once it's unpaused, I'll move.
All right.
You're good. And
Yeah.
yeah, Birdie will yell scatter. Everybody get out of here. Out of this cluster, please.
Chandler, I don't have the stats for that creature anymore. I don't know why, but I guess I didn't save it when I got rid of that map. Ah, no, there it is. Okay, it was hiding.
Alright, I'm currently concentrating, and Brina, you have heroism. So just don't forget that. It's basically Hero's Feast. The main thing's the temp hit points every turn. Or at the start of your turn. And that's it.
Thanks, Dad.
You should be able to control that and move it now. And if you
Okay.
double click it, it should open its stats.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So you cast Heroism on Brina.
Brina. Heroism on Brina. Mantle of Inspiration. Everybody scattered, including. I actually will say I probably didn't use my reaction to get to where I am. That's just straight movement.
Just use your regular movement.
Yeah.
No.
So I still have my reaction. And I use my movement, and that's my turn. Yeah, so I'm concentrating on Brina's heroism. She gets 5 temp hit points at the start of each of her turns. As long as I'm concentrating.
Okay. All right. So as you all kind of scatter, you're tripping over the bodies of dead Vigil soldiers and Priory Arcanists and stuff. This creature that's kind of hesitated in the air swooshes down. She swoops down, rocketing towards you all, and stops about 10 feet off the ground here. And as she stops, she takes her swords and lashes them out to the side, and you just hear this horrible, curdling scream as she lets out this horrible wail. Alexa and Kala are out of range.
Oh,
Shit.
The rest of you, I need you to make Constitution saving throws.
God, we can get them awake.
And
Fuck.
10.
I already used my reaction too. Fuck.
Fuck me. Oh, fuck. Who knew? Although this is.
Well, donkeys, guys.
That okay, right? So Kala doesn't have to. What's that? Keytree, Birdie. No. Keytree, Galatar. You also need to roll one.
You saved us though, Birdie. I mean,
Could have been real bad.
We were in a nice little cluster there for a second. I thought I should have been further back. Oh, guys, this is not great.
I was like, all right, we did it. Time
good
to.
way.
Chandler keeps freezing on my screen.
That's really.
Yeah, he's frozen.
He looks really intense right there.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Here comes the boy.
Oh, he's back. Your mic's off.
There he is.
You're still
Struggles
there. You
of
go.
technology. It was a 15 for me and a 19 for Graham.
So Grimace is immune. As a construct,
Oh.
he does not have to make the save.
Fuck,
Cool. Okay.
Remus. I
Only
forgot
if
that was
it's
his
to me.
fucking name.
So Keytree and Galatar, you take 16 psychic damage
Wait.
as
Okay.
its scream just
Oh.
permeates you. Rena and Birdie, you drop to 0 hit points.
Okay. Okay, it is what I thought.
Fall unconscious, and as she lets out this scream, she hits the ground. 3-point hero landing, and this billowing black smoke emanates from her, and you watch as suddenly several of these bodies around you animate and rise to their feet.
Knew
So
that was
there's,
coming.
there's no way. Cape of the Damned is not up there, right? Like there's no damage to take. It's just 0 hit points.
Yeah.
Ryan.
Wraith Rail.
I think that's the first time Paige has been got by a banshee.
Banshee, not really, yeah.
Yeah.
That's quite rude.
Galatar, make a history check for me.
Okay. 24.
Okay.
Oh. So it's just 0 hit points.
Just 0 hit points. You are unconscious.
Also,
Taking
it
some
is
death saves.
not letting me like look at Grimace's thing. Could you tell me how many hit points he has? Because he takes half of the damage that I take.
He has 142. So what does he take? 8?
Yeah, so he takes 8 points of damage, so I can keep track of that.
I can edit that too.
Oh, okay,
Do
perfect.
you not have?
It's not letting me move him or like double click on him to see his stats.
You double check what the permissions took.
Birdie also drops
did not.
concentration on.
Chandler.
Does he? God damn, that sucks. I'm not raging, so I don't.
Did we
rage.
face a Banshee once before? This feels like it happened before.
I think in the old campaign maybe.
I think we.
Oh, was it the old campaign?
I don't think we have in this one.
This is
Okay.
scary.
Try to move him now.
Oh, let's see. Not working yet. Although it could just be my thing running slow.
Tell you what, let me drop him down here again. That might help.
That's not good. I'll say it. That was not great.
Still nothing?
No, not yet, but it may just be that my Foundry's running slow too, so it may take it a minute to catch up.
You should be listed as owner now, so you should be able to see his stats and move him.
Okay, I'll try refreshing Foundry while we're going.
So she is no longer 10 feet in the air. And that's her turn. That brings it to Brina.
Oh, what's she gonna do?
Oh, and I will say that, Galatar, with your 26, as this creature hits and rises up from this black mist, you see her face is irrelevant. It's falling apart. She looks very much like a decayed corpse. But the iconography on her breastplate is the heraldic symbol of the royal house of Or. And you know that Queen Valesia was a famous Orian queen skilled with a blade.
Gee, thanks, Ryan.
No, thank you.
We love it.
This-
Uh-huh.
Does suck. There was a lot of shit that could have worked had I been raging, but the old luck of the initiative. That sucks ass. Cool. I guess I'll make my fucking death save now.
Success.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, it's fine.
Alright, that brings it to Keytree, and Kala, you're on deck.
This sucks.
Birdie's at the top of the round. Okay. Who's right behind me? Is that one of the bodies?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to drag my foundry. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and bonus action use hidden paths,
Okay.
and I
Teleport.
will teleport all the way up right next to Birdie. And then I will kneel down, and for my action, oh, can I do this more than once? No. A creature. Okay. Oh, that's not gonna help either. Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and give him a 4th level cure wounds.
Okay.
This sucks. This sucks so
So
hard.
Galatar, before your eyes, Brina lying on the ground sort of coughs up a little bit of blood. Like, still kicking, figuratively, she's trying to keep kicking. And as you raise your eyes, Keytree vanishes and then appears closer to you, kneeling down, touching Birdie. You see the flash of healing energy. And Birdie gains 24 hit points.
All right. Pop a tip.
That's your turn, Keytree?
I don't think there's anything else I can do. Actually, I will,
I think all you have is movement, right?
yeah, I think I'm actually gonna scoot backwards. Like, I'm gonna just run back here. I'm trying not to.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, if I go onto this square right here, the one right here, it won't let me move. There we go. Can I be considered
That's fine.
standing still on the? Okay.
Yeah, you're not gonna fall in just there. You might if you get knocked in, but standing there is fine.
I'm staying there for now.
Okay.
That's my turn.
That brings it to Kala.
Bonus action, take aim. Pull out a short sword. Attack the guy next to me.
Okay. Yeah, that hits.
Oh.
38.
Yeah. It's just with one clean swipe, you catch him, like part of his midsection's already been torn open, and you just slip your blade in under there and divide him in two, and he crumples. He's dead.
The end of my turn.
Okay. As the echo of this scream fades, you hear from far to your north a great bellowing roar and the thunder of heavy footfalls. And that brings it to the zombies' turns.
I don't know if I'm about to look for the dragon.
You did say it was the Battle of Or, not the fun tourism excursion to Or, so
20.
that's
Use his
Yes,
action to
you got us
dash.
there.
Oh, hi, friend.
What's the wrong cruise package? This is bye.
Yeah, he is actually going to swarm over here and attack Brina.
Oh,
Oh, May.
The
Why
zombies,
he never would.
they're vicious.
I don't.
This guy like starts scrambling over the walls and going to try to bite Brina.
Oh, what's fucking shit about?
what?
I'm kidding, guys. Bring me back.
He rolls a 5.
Oh, get fucked.
He wants to hit not Galatar, who's up on his feet.
An automatic
Can't
success?
reach him.
It is an automatic.
Not an automatic success if she's unconscious? No.
No, it's automatic
success.
crit.
It's automatic crit if it hits.
If it hits, gotcha.
But yeah, they still have to roll to
He
hit.
kind of
somehow.
fumbles over the wall and can't manage to, like, he grabs onto her arm with his teeth, but the bracer, like his teeth can't breach it.
You silvery barbs and fucking dunk on him. What is it? Mocking something. What's the reaction? Fucking bards do. Never mind. Tell me he's a dumb bitch because he can't jump over stuff and kill me.
Oh, I know, vicious mockery.
It's just mockery. Here we are.
15. So this guy's gonna dash to get over by Kala. He'll dash to get here. Spontaneous, he'll dash to get to Birdie. I didn't see Birdie there. You guys are so tiny on this big map.
Yeah.
Well, now you can zoom in because we're all clustered.
That brings it to Galatar. Oh, I can put this guy in here and just roll. He goes after you in initiative. You rolled 6. He will roll 5.9. There we go.
Okay. Sorry, real quick, let me check. Yeah, I think that works if I go from there. Oh no, it wouldn't because it would get burned. Can you show me the dimensions of a fireball?
Oh, yes.
Fine.
And
Kinda
was it 20
check
foot
it.
radius?
I think
It's a
it's
20
20.
foot radius, yeah. Because I want to see if I can hit those 4 plus her without getting Brina. So like this guy
Like this?
over to this guy. Is it how
Oh, I think that's
far can I
pretty
go to
good.
get this? Oh,
You-
that's
You
20
I-
could
foot.
not. You could not hit
Oh, I
her
couldn't get him?
and the guy
So that's-
beside
Yeah.
Brina.
Okay.
without hitting Brina.
You
Gotcha.
can hit me if you need to.
Well, actually, okay, so
Gonna-
hang on a minute. No, 'cause
No.
if it goes over far enough to hit not her, it's not going to hit.
Yeah.
So you could do this and hit those guys, but that's just 2, it looks like.
So it would be
Most
yeah.
you could
So
possibly
I would
hit
say I
would
think
be-
that looks good to me.
I'll get those. Gotcha. I think that looks. Oh wait, no. If I go, can you slide it over one? Oh, but never mind. Okay, it's good. That'll work. Those 3 plus her will need to make a Dex save against DC 15.
So she rolls a 15 exactly.
Alrighty, well.
Go ahead and
let's
roll the damage.
All right, let's use my new dice that I've got here. So that's 8d6.
I may not need to roll for the zombies. I don't know.
Right, even if they
Alright.
take half damage.
15, 18, 24, 31 points for the zombies.
15 is half.
Or anything that doesn't succeed.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
then I definitely need to roll.
Okay. They have more than 15 hit points.
Yep. Yes, so?
Whew. One of them succeeds. So
How rude.
15 for him, 31 for the others?
Yeah.
Okay. So 2 of them are just incinerated. I'm just going to remove them from the battlefield because there's no body. She
Body
takes
one, I'm sure.
15. And the one in front of Brina is like its entire left arm is just blown off of its body. It's just like you see it flop onto the ground, steaming and burning.
Okay.
The creature kind of yowls out with its half-toothless maw, locks its gaze on you. Yeah, the other 2 are totally smoked.
I'm gonna move there, and I'm gonna have Grim move here, and he's gonna make 2 fists, but I guess with him it's like his sharp arm attacks at that guy.
His arm blades.
So that's a 20 to hit on the first one, and the second one's only an 11 to hit.
They'll both hit.
Oh, really? Okay.
Big
Take
dumb
that.
fleshy zombie.
So
Not a lot of
that's-
armor.
Oh boy, that could have been better. That was 3 1s on 3 of those d6s. So that's 8 plus 8, so 16 total points of damage between the 2 attacks.
Okay.
Wait, that was very low damage. And then I guess I will just move up 1 more to be beside Brina, and now in my turn.
Okay. Let's see. Grimace. So if you click Grimace, I believe in the upper left portion of Foundry you'll see buttons for like inventory, features, and skills. You can actually roll his arm blade under the inventory section, and it'll
Oh,
just roll
cool.
it in Foundry.
Okay. Also, I just re-upped his hit points because I forgot that he gains 10 hit points every turn at the start of his turn.
Tight.
Okay, he's good.
All right. Alexa.
I don't even look at this guy closest to me. And I will chuck my first firebolt at the guy next to Brina. Hopefully put him down before he does any damage. 18 to hit
Yep.
with a 10 fire.
10 will do it.
Yeah, that was a terrible damage roll too, I'm glad. And then next, I'm going to quicken another firebolt to the guy over at Kala. Get rid of him for her. Ooh, that was much better damage.
Very much. Yeah, and that'll hit. 27 will do it.
And with the meta magic roll, from the wand. Oh, well, it's toast, so it doesn't matter. Its ashes are even more on fire.
Yeah, I know. So the firebolt hits this thing's head, and the head just explodes like a melon. But the clothing, what tattered clothes it still wears, are just engulfed in flame as it crashes to the ground. Very cool.
And I'm gonna run the fuck away. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll just stay there. No, I'll go with my full 25, because these zombies are slow and shambling. And I'll be like waving at that guy the whole time I'm running away, trying to keep his attention, get him to follow me. Yeah. And that will end my turn.
At this point, the thundering sounds of heavy footfalls grow louder.
That I've run towards.
Something large approaches from the
Something
north.
large approaches, huh? Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Why did I go that way?
Does it, Ryan?
So something large doth approach.
It's gonna be so much fun.
There's something in the water.
What is it? It's so much fun.
I want this to be like
Because
the
it's
Jurassic
silly.
Park scene where the water's
Because
just
it's silly.
shaking.
That's literally what's happening. Yeah, like there are little puddles. Like you can see little puddles of water around here. And you can see them like vibrating as something heavy is moving towards you.
Something heavy is moving towards us. Rena's down.
It's kind of hard to see because there are ruined buildings kind of all around this open square.
I think things are going good. I think that we.
Yeah.
Well, I'm worried with the thing moving towards us.
Oh, are you worried about the thing moving?
Well, I don't want to just leave you out to dry with like a second level. All right, so I'm gonna take some movement. 5, 10, 15.
Oh, good. Do what you gotta do.
We're gonna hit her with a 6th level heal.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
That's 70 hit points.
darling, you shouldn't have.
And then we're gonna hit another Mantle of Inspiration here. And myself, Galatar's still same, but you're gonna get it all the same. Myself, Galatar, Brina, Kitri, and Kala, yes. And Kala. You get 14 temporary hit points, and you can immediately use your reaction to move up to your speed, which I will avail myself of. As Brina, or I think Bernie just like grabs Brina's face. He's like, "Get up!" and then he's like, "Scatter!" and he runs, or not he runs, but like, he's gonna fucking retreat, I guess.
This is good. I'll use half my movement. Half that movement to get back up. So.
5.
Is this area the dark gray up or down?
What? What are you asking?
This area that's darker?
Oh, so that's the watery crescent.
Oh, it's water. Okay.
Yeah, it's about
I don't want to get
maybe
water.
10 feet deep, but yeah, you can see it's like dark water. So everything is submerged. You can see up here in the north, like little bits of rock kind of poking out.
Yeah. And that's, I don't even think I need to use my reaction to move that far. 5, 10, 15, yeah, it's about 30 feet away. So I still got a reaction. There is my action and bonus action. Green is up. We're all good.
Okay.
Fucking thing.
On the Banshee Queen's turn. Let's see. She is going to run forward. She is going to try to hit some folk.
Yep.
Oh, what? Alright. Yep, nope, that's a nat one.
Oh.
I hate to see it.
Alright, so she comes in with these two swords. She swipes with one, and it might hit. Is your AC over 19?
Is that Galatar or
Galatar.
Oh yeah, currently it's 21 without shield up.
Okay, so the first one
Oh,
goes
actually it's
just-
23. Sorry, because with the shield guardian next to me, I get +2 too.
what the fuck?
Alex, what kind of cocktail is that?
This is a Reese's cocktail. It's like chocolate liqueur and
Is it like a chocolate martini? Dear God, I want it.
yeah, it's like chocolate. What is it? Chocolate liqueur and peanut butter whiskey and chocolate and peanut butter.
Send Olivia over this way. Tell her to come be a bartender at our house.
Birdie's about to have a real interesting round of combat.
So the first attack misses. She swings at you with her other sword, and it's the natural one. The third attack comes in, and it looks like it will hit.
Third attack. Excuse me.
She might need a slow.
Actually,
So you take 6 piercing damage. And that's it. 6 piercing damage from that one.
we all have hard rounds.
Yeah. That, I think. Yep. All right. That brings it to Brina.
Bitch.
We've been
Ooh, alright. Y'all. You guys have seen Brina rage like a million times at this point. And sometimes it's in like righteous anger and sometimes it's out of determination. But I think this is one of the first times that she's ever just been like really pissed off. So I think once she gets back up, thanks to Birdie, she cracks her neck. And just says, "Oh, you're gonna fucking pay for that one." And I'm gonna rage obvi. This includes, due to this new fucking bracers feature, emitting some bright light in 10 feet and dim light for an additional 10 feet. At the end of each of my turns, each creature within the bright light takes radiant damage equal to my strength modifier. So get out of there, Jolly. Just kidding. Additionally, when you take damage from whatever, we'll worry about that in a second. I'm gonna move to the other side of this bitch and just acknowledge the fact that whatever. It's fine. It's good. It's fine. I'm gonna hit her. Oh, I'm gonna hit her. God, I'm so nervous right now. I hate this game. Yeah, I'm gonna roll with advantage. 15?
Let's see. 16 does not hit.
God,
good, see? Come on. Put your back into it.
I'm trying! Okay, 26.
There we go.
Oh wait, hang on. That wasn't with advantage. I probably doesn't
Just for that
roll-
20.
Check for that crit. 26 does hit.
Doesn't matter. Okay. This is one-handed. No. Oh shit! No, I'm using the cross-brand sword, guys. I'm not on it. Can I re-roll the damage?
Yeah, the 2 hit bonus is the same, but yeah, reroll your damage.
Okay. Apologies.
Because that's a great sword.
Yeah. Alright, that's 19. Cold damage, 3 rage damage, 12 slashing.
Yeah?
You know, I'm the one that's a cocktail deep already here, so.
Listen, I feel the anxiety's deep.
She's using her swords expertly to kind of parry your blows, but you manage to bite through that with just the sheer force of your own strength. And yeah, you feel that blade bite and catch as you rip it out. It tears a little gash in the breastplate that she wears.
Okay. So, I'm sorry. But at the end of my turn, anyone who's within that 10-foot radius of bright light takes radiant damage equal to my strength modifier, which is 6.
Okay.
Oof.
I'll just hit the bitch. I'm gonna order for this.
Yeah.
This sucks. This sucks. I don't like this game anymore, guys.
Galazar takes a little bit of radiant, and you watch this zombie behind her as you kind of skate your way closer to it. Starts, its one arm already missing, starts to back away, its arm up, and it's like parts of it just start to burn. It is looking really, really rough. And that will bring it to Kitri.
I would like to turn and look at Mean Lady, and I would like her to roll a Wisdom saving throw,
Okay.
and the DC is 18.
She passes just barely.
Oh fuck. Oh well. I was trying to cast Hold Person, and she would have been paralyzed. But alas. Bonus action. Where'd it go? There it is. How's she looking? And I'd like to, on Brina, I'd like to give her 2 of my Balm of the Summer Court dice.
Okay.
And so she gets 2d6 healing. That's 9.
Okay.
And you get 2 temporary hit points. Which I don't know if those help because I think
So
you
if
still
you,
have
if you
stuff
already
from
have
Birdie.
more from Birdie, then keep those because they're higher.
Roger.
14.
But if I can, I think I'm gonna just use my movement and I'll just scoot kind of like where Kala was behind this rock, and that will be the end of my turn. So I keep spreading us out.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
This sucks, guys. This sucks.
That brings it to Kala's turn.
Why are you
Uh,
freaking out? This is the first fight. It's okay.
Literally bad. Literally
Gonna
bad.
pull out my bow, bonus action, take aim, and shoot the banshee.
Okay. Yeah, 29 will hit.
Look, Kala's got this under control.
30 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck.
Nice. Let's go.
You
Why
all
do you think I'm
watch as
taking out the
this-
little zombies? Let Kala do the big work.
This bolt zips through the air and just, with a sickening squelch, embeds itself like in her kidney, like right in her back. It sticks in like halfway. You can see the feathered trail of the bolt kind of sticking out, and she arches back, and it's not quite a scream. It's almost like a gurgled hiss. But you can tell she is in pain, and that was a meaty blow. At this point, you hear another. And coming around between 2 buildings to the north, coming into your vision, is a massive shape that is familiar, but marred by the corruption of the dragon. This undead remnant of a Tyrannosaurus.
God fucking damn it, Ryan.
Oh my
Right.
Well, I'm glad
fucking god.
We're
Okay.
shitting about that.
I was like, ha ha, it's Jurassic Park. And no, it's
Quite
actually
literally.
Jurassic Park. I was waiting for, like, I don't know, some furry.
Yeah. It begins to charge its way in, stepping over easily these ruins, and it stops in the middle of an open space between two low walls, and it looks around and it disgorges a zombie from its mouth
It's a fucking
Lands
like Attack
on
on
the ground
Titan Titan.
in front of it, and as this zombie hits the ground, you watch as it gets up and it just, from all these holes and gaps in it, begins to emit this horrific green miasma in a cloud around it.
I need a hit of that.
And then the Tyrannosaur is going to continue.
Bro, I'm just trying to be in the green miasma right now.
As it makes its way into
This
the
is
fight,
scary.
dashing. So that is its action.
That's awesome.
And then the zombie plague spreader,
Cool.
is going to run. Let's see. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Gonna run over here. Towards Kala. Let's see. Is... Okay, yep. And that, I think, is all it can do. No, it has an action it can take.
I thought it dashed.
The zombie?
Oh, sorry. I'm
Yeah,
talking, you're talking about T-Rex.
The T-Rex made it. The zombie rushes over towards Kala. It
I
can't
missed
quite
the
get into
T-Rex.
melee. But as it kind of like parkours over one of these walls and begins shambling towards you, Kala, you see it kind of starts to shake and quiver, and there's this faint popping sound. This cloud of poisonous spores is ejected towards you. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. It's pretty low DC though.
Help us, fools.
It's never stopped us before, Ryan.
Surprisingly. Oh, just barely.
Aren't we immune to being poisoned? Because of
I am.
Hero's Feast?
Does it make you immune to being poisoned?
Yeah.
Huh. Well then, yeah, you are. Just lucky you guys.
I have a necklace or something too.
Oh,
I
that
just
makes
forgot.
you immune to poison?
Yeah.
It's all good. So you don't take any damage. He doesn't know that. That brings it to the normal zombies. The one is gonna try to hit Brina, because what else is he gonna fucking do? 18?
Yeah, sure.
So you take 2 bludgeoning damage, reduced to 1, as its
Mwah.
one pulpy, fleshy hand slams into your back.
They fuck off
You
me.
feel like a
Gently
little
caresses.
tingle. The other one is gonna try to chase Alexa. No, it doesn't have 30. It has 20 movement speed.
I am barely faster than it is.
Your little legs are just getting tired of
So it will dash and get up to you. But it can't do anything, which brings it to Galatar's turn.
Okay, as she rears back from Kala's hit, I'm gonna try and light my blade up a little green flame and try and slash right at that banshee's throat. So that's with advantage because I'm flanking with Brina. So it's 24 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
It's 2d8.
I will
Where's my-
say she will use her reaction, bring her swords up and parry that blow.
Ooh, what does that do?
It gives her a plus to her AC for that hit. She just deflects it. And it gets
Oh, so-
higher. It becomes higher than what you roll.
Like counter spell for
okay.
melee.
Cool. So that one does not hit.
Correct.
Okay, then I'll take my second sword swing. And that one's a nat 20 on the second roll with advantage. So that'll make up for it.
And she has no
all right.
reaction left, so absolutely.
2d8. Yeah. 2d8 plus 11. Or 1d8 double, that's what it is. Sorry. So it's 7. And then I always forget the house roll. Do we just double the dice roll, or do we do the thing where you take the full amount of the one?
Take the full amount of the dice that would be rolled for damage.
Okay, so 7 plus 8 plus 11 is 26 points of damage on that second hit.
Okay.
And if she is still standing,
She is.
I'm gonna have Grimace is gonna move up
Grimace!
to there and take his little swing.
Bitch.
That is a
Help.
19 to hit on the first one.
19 will not hit.
19 does not hit on the first one. So
Oh.
the second. And the second one's a 21 to hit.
21 will hit.
Hey. Let's go 2d6. Oh, nice rolls. So 11 plus 4 is 15 points of damage.
15?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I do believe that is all I can do for now. So that is it for my turn.
All right.
Actually, while it is still my turn, he has the spell storing thing. Is it an action to use that? But like when I put a spell on him, does it take an action to command him to use it?
Let's see. The construct casts the stored spell
Okay.
based on a predefined situation.
Got you. In that case, then
Or
I will
on
use
command, so you can command him to do it, but it would require his action.
Then I'll use my contingency greater invisibility to go ahead and cast that on myself
Okay.
this turn.
Do the cool effect.
It's so cool every time. Okay.
All right. Let's see. Alexa.
I don't really want to be friends with this person as much as I wanted them to come with me. So they need to make an intelligence saving throw as I attempt to stab them psychically in the head with shit fucking damage.
They fail.
Well, 5 psychic damage, which really sucks.
It is not resistant.
Yeah.
Yeah, as it's chasing you, it kind of staggers a bit. Yeah, it takes it.
Well, I'm then just gonna kind of shuffle around it a bit and chuck a firebolt to old green spewy boy. Quickened firebolt is that? Because I don't like that.
That'll definitely hit.
Oh, 26 fire damage.
Yes.
Yes.
Firebolt never lets me down. And then meta pop.
Oh.
He gets set on fire.
Okay.
Good answer.
Flame. There we go. Start of its next turn, 2d10 damage. Fantastic. I will say, I forgot this because I couldn't see it. The zombie next to Grimace, on the zombie's turn, staggers to its feet, and it's just going to try to attack Grimace because it's standing next to him.
So the zombies not killed by fire get back up?
This one did. Does an 18 hit Grimace?
It does. I think it's only a 17. Yeah, it
He
hits.
takes 6 bludgeoning damage.
6 bludgeoning damage. Oh, good, because I forgot to add his hit points, and he already had lost 6, so we're good. I don't even need to change it.
Fantastic. Is that your turn, Alexa?
Yes, it is. That is everything. Bonus action, a little bit of movement.
All right. That brings it to Bertie.
Okay. I am going to. Brian, could you give me a 40-foot square?
Yep.
We're gonna cast slow here,
30.
and I think. I don't know. I might be able to catch one of these boys up, like the boy next to Alexa, as well as the T-Rex. I'm thinking. 40-foot square. How about that?
That is most of its square, so I'll allow it.
All right.
Is
Okay.
it
I'm
creatures of your choice.
creatures of my choice up to 6, I
Fantastic.
believe. Up to 6 creatures, yeah. So I am going to hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, all the baddies in that square. They
Okay.
all need to make wisdom saving throws. DC 18. Hoping to catch some of those Banshee and T-Rex attacks.
They all fail.
Big day for Birdie. All right, so I am now concentrating, and I am going to get out of dodge, as it were. I'm gonna take my movement. We're gonna go 30 feet. Can I make that jump? or is that like a jump? Or like, can I guess like around it like that.
I don't see which way you're going. Oh, jumping over the pillar to the west.
I'm gonna go there. That's what 5,
Yeah.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30 is where I'm gonna go. For the moment, that's my action. Don't really have a bonus action. Everybody's already got the temp HP. I tell you what, I can. What the hell? I'll give Brina a bardic inspiration.
Thank you. What is
So, as Birdie is like, you see him turn, like you see the back of his head. He's like, "You got this, Brina!" So, for 10 minutes, do an ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. You can add a D12.
Okay, fuck.
After seeing the roll, but before knowing the outcome.
After seeing the roll, but before knowing the outcome.
So you roll the D20. It's a 13. You don't know if it hits or not. You can say, "I'm gonna add the D12 to this," and then.
Love that song. Roger.
You now have a bardic inspiration.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
Okay. So on her turn, seeing everything close in around her, she. Let's see, how does she do this? Let me double check something real quick.
Yeah. So for slow, remember everybody, just for everybody's awareness, -2 to their AC. Can't use reactions. And on your turn, you either get a reaction or an action or a bonus action, not both. Regardless of your abilities or magic items, you can't make more than one melee or ranged attack during your turn. And if you try to cast a spell, it might work.
Rears back her head, and she starts to scream, but she's screaming words this time. It's not a wail. As she starts to cast a spell.
Okay, so for spells with
Yes.
slow,
Roll a d20.
roll a d20.
Well, you go ahead and roll a d20, and we'll see.
Okay. 2. So on an 11 or higher, the spell doesn't take effect until the creature's next turn, and the creature must use the action on that turn to complete the spell.
If it's less than 11, it's okay.
So hold on. If the creature attempts to cast a spell with casting time of 1 action, on 11 or higher, the spell doesn't take effect until the creature next turn, and the creature must use its action.
Yeah, so if it had been higher than 11, she would have had to keep casting it till the next turn and use that action as well.
Oh,
But
okay.
since it's lower than 11, it just takes effect as usual.
Might I counter-spell that at 3rd level?
I need you to make an intelligence check.
Cool.
Like an attack roll spell, or is this just...
That is a 14 plus
No.
5 for a 19.
Yeah, so as the words start to come out, Galatar, you are able to reach out and stop that spell from happening. It is successfully counterspelled.
Dang.
We do not have time for bad spell stuff.
Yeah, and she kind of raises off the ground just an inch, and then she comes crashing back down, and she staggers a bit, and she just turns this deadly glare on you. But that is her turn. I think.
So a creature affected by the spell makes another wisdom saving throw at the end of each of its turns. So it can make another wisdom save if it wants. If it wants, doesn't have to. 18 wisdom.
Oh my god, she failed again. 15.
Hell yeah, bro.
Keep it going.
Yeah.
Brings it to Brina.
Why?
-2 to AC while they're slowed.
Oh, fuck yeah. I don't want to be here. Because I don't want to hurt my friend Galatar. But I do want to hurt this bitch, so we'll do that first.
A crit will hit her.
Hot.
Let's
All coming in
party!
hot with the crits tonight.
I don't remember.
But
I think that's all
51.
right. I think it's all correct.
Yeah, the 12s are the full critical damage.
Is the brutal?
It's dice rolled. Well,
No.
Brutal critical.
And how many brutal do you roll? Because I think that's only rolling one. Well, it's not rolling anything.
2 additional weapon damage dice when determining the extra damage.
yeah, because it's a. Yeah, because it would be 2d6, so it's rolling both of them as 6s.
Alright, let me.
Oh, is it a d6?
Yeah, I'm rocking them.
Oh, because it's 2d6. It's a great sword. I'm
Great
dumb.
sword. Yeah.
Ooh.
Critical,
That
rolling
is
2
a
additional.
7 for the brutal.
Rolling 2d6, you got 7? Okay.
Wait, so are you
Yes,
supposed to
it's
roll
weird that I
2
did that,
brutal
so-
criticals?
No,
Oh,
because that's outside the calculation. It's just in addition to.
yeah. 2 additional weapon damage dice. So if it's a d6.
So let's see, 51 minus 12,
Oh, I understand now.
46 instead of 51. Not a big deal. 46 damage. Jesus.
And
Yeah,
then
she's looking hurt. That was a pretty beefy hit.
for my second attack.
For my next trick,
Fucking do it again. 22.
22 will hit.
18.
18.
Oh, well, Jesus. Yeah, and then, Gally, I don't like doing this to you, bub, but, you are gonna be taking 6 points of radiant damage. But I would like, it's within 10 feet. It's a 10-foot radius, correct? So that's all
Is
the
that
way
the
up
start of your turn?
at the end of my turn.
End of your turn.
I believe so. I'm trying to see if I should move away, but I don't want to. I can move away. Am I able to goad her to come over here and take the attack of opportunity? She'd still be within the 10-foot radius, but Galatar would also be within the 10-foot radius.
That's okay. Don't worry about me. I'm
Oh,
not
I
even
guess
through
he
my
is.
temp HP yet, so you're fine.
Okay, cool. Then I'll stay right there. Everybody gets to have a bad time. Yeah, at the end of each of your turns.
Okay.
Alright,
This
So-
is this to herself and others.
And it's
Yeah.
6 damage?
Yeah, that's 6 points to the T-Rex, to the little guy, and then to the Banshee. And also to Grimace and Galatar. Sorry.
That's Galatar's temp HP.
Okay.
I think 12.
Lateral.
Yeah, it's really Grimace you're hurting because he takes half my damage, so he's
Grimace
taking
is
like
like
9
one.
points a round from that. But he also heals 10 points every round, so it's fine.
Yeah, Grimace.
It's also a construct. Doesn't care.
Yeah. He doesn't.
I went
Okay.
through all the
Constructs don't have rights.
things we're gonna get.
Nope.
Grimace
He
does
won't
have
be.
feelings. though, so.
That brings it to Kitri's turn. And Kala, you're on deck.
Alright. I would very much like to, where did it go? There it is. I would like to cast Moonbeam right on top of our T-Rex friend.
Okay.
When it enters the area for the first time or starts its turn there, it is engulfed in ghostly flames, and it must make a Constitution saving throw. So yeah.
Yeah, easy enough to just kind of fit it on its square. So on the
And this
start of
is
its
at
turn.
3rd level.
Fantastic.
So, does he go after me?
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, that's it.
Alright. Oh, there you are. I couldn't find your token. So Kala. You can actually put these on the thing now.
Bonus action, take aim, shoot the Banshee.
Okay. Yeah, 27 will hit.
Woo,
39.
Lord!
Now, Another arrow sinks into the opposite side of her spine. Now it's like she has two broken wings sticking out of her back, these crossbow bolts. She is looking really rough. That brings it to T-Rex.
Remember, he only gets one attack, or one action, or a bonus action.
Gonna move himself down here. And well, I'll tell you what, I'll not do that.
I need him to stay. I need him to make his Constitution throw.
Oh God, Bring was dead.
Constitution.
He's only got one attack.
Just ate her roll.
DC 18.
Right. She's totally in his mouth.
Nat
He
one.
ate her. He ate the
So
band.
he
He
takes.
got it. He got a nat 1.
Yeah, he failed. Him big undead boy, not good at con saves.
Well, that could have been better, but he takes 10 radiant damage.
Absolutely. Feeling that searing radiance on him, he hauls ass out of there. And then I believe he will attempt.
And he's not a shapeshifter, perchance, is he?
No, he is not.
Okay. Otherwise, it has more effects. But
Shapeshifts down back to Terry. Terry, what are you doing?
Terry.
Terry, you're an arc side.
Does a 15 hit Brina?
Yeah, baby.
Okay. You take 34 piercing damage.
All right.
Reduced
That's
to half.
an attack. Okay.
I would also. Wait, did you say 17? What was that?
17.
Is it 17? Yeah.
I had Bill right. Can I use my reaction to cause that creature to make a dex save or take 2d10 radiant damage? That
Yeah.
is
Has a -2 to dex saves.
Ooh.
Thank you.
I also don't know what the DC is for this. It's not listed on the phone.
It fails.
Oh, it just
It
fails.
rolls like a 2.
Cool.
It's going to be lower than that.
It fails.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll figure out what the DC is supposed to be.
Soul rot. That is 15 points of damage.
15
Get
points.
fucked, you dumb, stupid, idiot, T-Rex, dumb bitch.
As
Wow.
red flames dance across it.
So aggressive.
I will say it is going to use its bonus action to disgorge another zombie.
Does not have a bonus
It
action.
doesn't
It's
have
an
Oh, it can't use that. Right. Tight.
Nice.
Tight.
Right.
Can't make a wisdom saving throw at the end of its
I might
turn.
be too drinking, but I'm sharp as
Sabrina.
a tack.
You are grappled in the bite.
Oh,
Ooh.
alright.
That still happens.
Okay.
I keep meaning to. I need to put a little icon in there for grappled. But
It put my entire body in his head, so.
and it gets to make a wisdom save,
Ugh.
which I highly doubt. 14. Nah, it's still slow. Oh, that's another one. I need to put a snail in there for slow.
Snail would be perfect.
No. Brings it to the guy up here, which I believe takes 2d10 fire damage. 15.
That
Not an
ends.
insignificant chunk. Okay, thank you. Move that icon. It is going to move in on Kala, which I believe. It is going to just reach out and start trying to clobber you. First one will hit. So you take 4 bludgeoning damage and 7 necrotic damage.
I'll do uncanny dodge.
Okay. Will 17 hit your AC?
That is my AC.
Okay, so its second attack, as it catches you and you kind of dance out of the way, it uses that momentary movement to reach up under your guard and like really plant its fingers in your flesh. Take 8 bludgeoning damage and 12 necrotic damage.
I've got anxiety, guys.
Which brings it back to
Oh, fight one is tough.
the zombie down here, who's just gonna
A little.
try to slam old Grimace here.
Ooh.
Banshees
Yeah.
are the worst.
Oh, 19 will work.
Yeah.
Yeah, for 5 bludgeoning damage.
What the heck, man? Word jerk.
Whittling them down.
Oh, you added that? Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Can you edit the token now?
I can, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll
I've got
start
the
doing that
permissions
then.
now.
Awesome.
Leave Grimace alone.
Oh, and there is one more. So he is gonna attempt
Yes.
to hit Alexa, and he only gets one. Well, I think he only gets one anyway. A 10
Yeah.
does not hit,
Does not.
which brings it to Galatar.
Okay. I am going to take a regular swipe first at the Banshee. Try and put the old queen out of her misery. That's going to be a 19 plus on the first one, and then a 15 plus. So,
19 will hit.
well, it's, yeah, 19 plus whatever that is. 13.
Yeah, minus 2 for AC.
Yeah, so 32 to hit. It's 1d8. Alright, so it's 2 plus 13 points of damage. Yeah,
Okay.
13 points of damage.
A hefty hit.
On the first one. And then the second one, I'm going to light up with a little green flame and go right back at her neck. Okay. Not good on the first one. And then the second one's a 21 to hit.
21 will hit. She will use her reaction.
She doesn't have it.
She doesn't get a
Does
reaction.
not
She's
get
slowed.
reactions.
Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, she can't parry that.
And that is another 5 plus. Well, I got to get 2d8 of.
The power of a well-placed spell.
Okay, so that is 5 plus 11, 16 piercing damage, and then another 11 fire damage.
Okay.
And then T-Rex boy takes 10 fire, or sorry, 10 plus 5 because that's my spellcasting mod. So 15 fire damage.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you thrust that second fiery blade like up through her chest cavity. Like you catch her on the off swing as she's trying to parry, and you see an opening. You impale her on this blade. She kind of gasps just a little bit. As you rip the blade out, there's this black gore that just drips out onto the ground. She kind of goes down to one knee for a second, and then she tosses her spectral hair back and just sort of coughs this black crud all over your boots. And she stands back up as her undead fortitude saves her from
Yeah.
death.
Oh, I don't even know what that means. Okay, I guess Grimace will hit her because why not? Maybe if we just keep hitting her, she'll stay down. Alright. So he rolls a 22 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
That's 2d6 plus 4. Okay, so that's 10 points of damage.
Okay.
Any more down now?
We've fought undeads before, haven't we?
I don't remember how they
Well,
You have. It's been a minute, but you have.
What?
not some crazy ones though. I don't
How
know.
does undead fortitude work?
Fire and holy water. Fire and holy water.
But I hit her with fire. And she still got back up.
Yeah.
So that's why Green Flame Blade
And
has
now again,
fire.
like
I don't-
as she kind of turns, the construct impales her, and you watch as it withdraws her similar like, sort of black gore, and she takes another ragged breath and refuses to go down.
Oh my god, I'm gonna hit her again with Grimace. This is terrible. That's another
it's only
22 to hit.
Got 2 vials
That'll
of
hit.
holy water.
All right, this time is 11 points of damage.
And
She
again,
dead now.
like
Are you kidding
as she
me?
turns, she starts to try to swing against it, and it catches her with one bladed arm and just like slashes down, cutting a big gash down her arm. It spins her about. She's now kind of facing the T-Rex, and it's almost a cracking, snapping sound as her neck turns back in your direction, Galatar, and she seems to be seeking, wild-eyed, her dead face, but she does not go down.
What the fuck? All right, I mean, I'm done. That's it. I can only hit things so many times.
Brings it to Alexa.
Oh man, so I do see them beating the shit out of her, and she's not going down and not staying down. So I'm gonna chuck. I'll chuck a firebolt just because to add in what's going on down there. 28 to hit.
That'll hit.
Light her up with some fire damage. But in the heat of the moment, I will still then quicken another firebolt to help Kala without really seeing what's going on with her, if it affects her or not.
25,
Ooh,
sheesh!
25 on a cantrip.
I love firebolt, man. That 11's
Kala-
actually out of range.
Huh?
A firebolt rolls high for me. 11 is like weird.
Yeah. So Kali, as you're engaged with this virulent zombie, you see it just slammed with a bolt of flame to its back, and part of it starts to catch flame again. It's looking really rough. And the Banshee Queen does not go down. She rolled exactly what she needed to stay up.
Oh, fuck.
The DC is 5 plus the damage you dealt, so that would have been 16, and she rolled a 16.
He gains disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks.
Okay.
And that will end my turn, because I still stay there with that other zombie.
Bertie.
He is now my friend.
Ryan, I'm gonna have you go ahead. I had forgotten. The T-Rex needs to make a Wisdom save at the end of its turn for slow.
It did, and it failed.
Perfect. Well done.
Yeah, roll a 14.
Then on my turn, I'm gonna keep it easy, keep it simple. I'm gonna hit myself with the old second level cure wounds. 20 healing. Love to see it. Bonus actions, don't really have one for the moment. Think everybody's feeling good, looking good. Movement, oh shoot, I'll even move a little bit further back. What the hell? I'm just gonna push the edge of the map here, and that's it for me. I gotta concentrate on the slow. That's I don't want to get hit.
Okay. So on her turn, again now looking wide-eyed and unable to find the source of this blade that had pierced her chest and would have put an end to her, she once again is going to rear back and start screaming the words to an enchantment as she begins to cast a spell.
I will counterspell her ass again.
Well, hold on. She's still slowed. So
that's true. Roll your
Roll your d20.
Let me.
Maybe next time I can kill her before she finishes.
You gotta wait till the next turn, and you gotta use her action on the next turn to cast that spell as well.
You hear that as the words are coming, they're garbled and slower than you remember hearing them, and it seems to be taking longer to cast that spell.
Yeah. And if she doesn't use her action on the next turn, her only action, then she's got to use that. I will say she does get to make her wisdom save.
28. This time she does save. So she is no longer slowed.
Alright, well, she can pick up next turn, I guess.
Alright. Brina.
Put her in the ground, Brina.
Put her down, Brenna.
She's sitting there with radiant damage too, yeah?
The last, 6.
Hit her with some radiant.
That's the last 6 points.
Hit her ass.
Okay. This should be fine. We're just gonna hit her again, baby. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
24 will work.
That's 15. We're gonna do oh, please. Imagine 30 will hit, and that's 16. And at the end of my turn, any creatures. Oh, Ryan, you got a hand up.
How do you want to do this?
Ooh. This bitch sucks.
With the 15 damage, she needed to roll a 20 to not stay dead, and she rolled a 15.
Okay. I love that song. Okay. If she's facing Galatar with her head open.
Yeah, she is currently screaming the words to a spell.
I want to wrench her head back by the hair. I know it's a great sword, but I just want to take it around the throat.
Yeah, absolutely. As
Your
you go to
ass.
reach forward, your hands kind of pass through her hair, and it feels almost like running your hand through steam.
Ooh.
This spectral, ghostly, wispy hair. You grab what is like a squishy skull. As you pull back, she continues to scream. Galatar, you watch as her eyes go wide and totally bloodshot as Brina just severs the front half of her neck. She falls down, finally dead.
That was with the 15 damage.
Yeah, so your second hit, you can attack the T-Rex if you want.
I was gonna hit the T-Rex. He's very scary.
The second was a 30, so it'll definitely hit him.
Yeah, if I'm able to move.
16.
Ooh, I don't want to be.
Are you still
Don't
grappled
wanna
by
be
the
able to
T-Rex?
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
look!
you are grappled by the T-Rex.
No,
So
that's
in
not
fact, you
cool.
cannot move.
Oh, just kidding.
JK.
You're like being like worried like a rag doll, but you still manage to crack the banshee and kill her.
It looks less cool when you're in the mouth of a T-Rex. Cool, depending on where your perspective lies. Okay, grappled is just 0. So cool. Yeah, that's the 30 with that guy. I'm gonna hit him with that. I can't move, and I really want to stop hitting Galatar, but I just fucking. I'm sorry, dude. I'll move away next time when I'm not. Cool. Yeah. Both.
Take some radiant.
Yeah, make it 6 points of radiant damage.
He is invisible though, so it's you don't have to see him get hurt.
You don't have to watch her.
Yeah.
He could have moved away. Brina, you don't know he's still
Yeah.
there. He's moved away. It's
No, she
okay.
has to watch
Putting-
Grimace get hurt, so she should
Oh,
still
yeah.
feel that.
I thought you were gonna say
Yeah,
something.
you don't see him. Surely he's moved away by now, right?
Actually. Oh wait, no. Just kidding. That's absolutely not correct. Yeah, I thought you were gonna say something about like, is it creepy? No, Galatar still gets the shit beat. You just don't have to look at it. Cool. Yeah, that's what I'll do. T-Rex takes an additional 6 hot stun damage, and I'm just hanging out in his mouth. Cool. To escape the grapple, that's an action, correct?
Yes.
Alright, well, I live here now. Creepy.
Alright, so Keytree.
I would like to use my action to move the moonbeam right on top of our T-Rex friend.
You can't tell me to
And-
stop.
I would like to use my bonus action to Balm of the Summer Court again. This is again to Brina. I'm gonna give her 2 more dice. And so she will get She will get 6 more hit points and 2 more temporary hit points if she has the available room. And I think for my movement, I'm just kind of, hedge my bets. I see the T-Rex kind of coming this way. I'm just gonna kind of scoot just a little bit to the side. And just focus on my moonbeam. That's it. That's my turn.
Okay. Kala.
Bonus action disengage.
Okay.
Run over here and shoot the T-Rex.
Okay. That'll hit.
36.
Send one of the bolts right through, like, behind one of its eyes. Just kind of embeds itself in this monstrous, thick neck. Yeah. Heavy hit. It's looking rough. For a enormous, huge, undead Tyrannosaurus, it's looking rough. And actually that brings it to its turn.
Got Brina grappled.
It needs to make a Constitution
One
saving
action
throw.
or bonus action and 1 attack.
The target is restrained while grappled in this way. And the Tyrannosaur can't bite another target. So technically you're restrained, Brina. I thought there was something about that. So at the beginning of its turn, it has to make a con save. It fails, so Keytree, if you want to roll your damage.
Full damage.
That's
Oh
19.
yeah.
19.
A
Nice
hefty
roll.
burn.
That
The
was.
shaft of moonlight follows Kala's arrow over top of this thing and starts to sear it. Yeah, it is not gonna move. Actually, it will. It will move this way, taking Brina with it. And it only gets one action, and it can't bite anyone other than Brina while it's grappling her. So it will bite her. That will hit, which would be 36 piercing damage, reduced to
18.
18? Yeah. Fuck, I'm bad at math.
It's okay.
I'm texting Paige the play-by-play plays, so we got it.
Okay. It can't do its thing. So this zombie.
I had to pee when
5, 10.
Canfield texted me literally second to second, please.
It has already used that ability.
Back hurts from carrying the team over here.
He said, "Oh, it's moving you away in its mouth." It's biting you."
Kala, actually, where you started your turn near the zombie, I need you to make a con save. Very low DC.
Is it for poison or
Oh
being
shit,
poisoned?
yes, it's for poison. I
I'm
forgot you guys are
immune to it,
immune.
Yeah.
Hate to see it. And at
Yep.
the end of the T-Rex turns, it gets to re-save for...
Thank you. It's a Hail Mary, because -3. It would have to roll like a nat 20. So this thing is going to
I
try
think our
to...
DCs are 18 now. I don't even think nat 20.
It's going to have to do its slam on Keytree.
It only gets...
Oh, or it only... No, this
One
one's not
attack.
slowed. This was way up here.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
This was
Sorry.
not-
I was thinking you were talking
But
about Sophie
13 does not hit. And a nat 1 does not hit. So Keytree is able to fend off those attacks gracefully. Zombie by Alexa is going to try to attack Alexa for an 11 to hit. That does not
I
work.
am sad that
It is slowed, I believe.
no, the one by me.
No, the one up by Alexa is not.
I thought it was. I thought I had caught it in the...
No, it's always been up there with me.
I don't think that one got hit. But it only has one attack regardless.
All right.
The zombie down below is going to attempt to slam attack construct for a 9. That does not hit, which brings it to Galatar.
Okay, I want to move. Down here. And I'm going to take a regular swing with my blade first. For a 19 plus 11 for a 30 to hit.
That'll hit. Yep.
That'll be 1d8 so that's 18 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And then the second time, I'll light it up with a little green flame blade and take another swing. Trying to get Brina free. So that second one's an 18 to hit.
18 will hit. Yeah.
Will hit. Okay.
Yeah. Big undead boys with no armor.
That is. Ooh, that's an 8 on the damage side. So that's 19 points of piercing damage. And ooh, not terrible. Another 9 points of fire damage for a total of 28.
28.
Yeah.
How would you like to do this?
Oh, hey.
Oh, I think I'd like to try and like cut its legs so that it kind of falls down, and then Brina can just kind of skewer it as she falls.
Just
Yeah.
nervous.
Easily
we'll
done.
tag team it.
Yeah, cut that tendon in just the right way. It brings it down to one knee, and as it kind of staggers forward, part of it has fallen off. Like it's a rotted corpse of a T-Rex, and Brina's able to wiggle her way out and kind of carve it up from the inside as she exits.
Yeah, nice work, Brina. All right. Gonna then have Grimace move, kind of shield Brina there, and take 2 attacks on this guy. The first one is a 21 to hit.
Oh yeah.
That is 9 for 13 points of damage.
Okay.
And the second one is a 14 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay. Whoops. Oh, no. I don't know where it went. Yeah, I don't know where that went. I'm not sure where that's from. That's another plus 4, 12 points of damage.
Okay, and that will do it. Yeah, as it just starts slashing and chopping and karateing this guy with its bladed arms, it falls down and does not get up.
Cool. And then Grimace is going to move back down by me. And that'll be where I am a turn.
All right, Alexa.
I will try to kill the zombie in front of me finally. So he needs to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. 0.
Excellent. 7. Man, the damage rolls are hot.
Rears back and howls in his weird, gurgly, undead way. Does take the damage though.
And I mean, the big threats are gone. I don't feel like I need to waste any spells. I'm gonna run away. Let him have the attack of opportunity.
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20,
9 does not hit.
25. Yeah. I won't call that my turn.
Okay. Top of the round, Birdie.
Alright, I am going to...
All the slowed creatures are dead, so you no longer need to
Yeah.
concentrate.
What's that about? 30 feet. Can I even get to within 30 feet of you? Yeah, we can get within 30 feet. Just barely. Okay, so I'm gonna move 30 feet to there. Should put me. Wait a second. Oh, damn it. I can't get within range of that thing. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna take a shot with my Inquest Persuade. Wait a second, I'm gonna have something that does.
Being mindful of time, Paige, you did say
Yeah.
9 p.m. was your.
Yeah, but it's okay. I'm fairly relaxed.
We're almost done.
Okay. I don't think I have anything that goes further than 30.
Can't feel that second martini's hitting, isn't it?
I know. I was checking my my flamethrower, but it also has a range. And how's the zombie looking in terms of zombies
Looking pretty rough.
Pretty rough.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and shoot at disadvantage with my my Inquest Persuader. How's an 11 do, Ryan?
For a zombie, it hits.
Hey!
Yeah, zombies have an AC of 8.
Damn.
10 force damage. Wipe it off the map for me, would you?
You're such a chump.
You watch as this bolt strikes the creature and it just blows a hole out of its chest, kind of knocks it down into the rocks. And then and it climbs back to its feet.
I like to imagine Birdie does some like kind of cool, like kind of hop skip over the bump, jump over this little wall, and then like. But that will pretty much be Birdie's turn there.
Okay. Brina.
Oh gosh, me. Oh no. I forgot.
I will say at this point we could probably just wrap it up. There's 2 zombies with like 1 hit point. Eventually you guys converge and are able to turn them into putty.
I'll do it. I mean,
Yeah.
am I allowed to pass through?
I was gonna moonbeam the one next to me, so.
Absolutely. Yeah, scorch it.
Yeah, Brandon takes her turn to pick the blood and goop out of her fingers.
Take the blood and goop off of her. Yeah. So you are able to quickly neutralize those 2 small remaining threats. And as you do so, you kind of take stock of the battlefield around you, and the Pact forces on either side have now dealt with their respective threats. You watch as a couple of Vigil soldiers are like throwing barbed chains around the tops of these risen ogres and pulling them down to the ground as other soldiers run up and are stabbing them with pikes and spears. Things kind of grow a little bit quieter as other groups come in behind you, howling for victory and run past everyone. A couple side glances paid to each of you to make sure everything's going on, seeing what's happening as they continue to push forward. Eventually, the Pact commanders, the leadership, come up behind, take a moment to take stock and say, this is slightly elevated, not a bad space. It's fairly open. We've cleared this threat fairly well. This appears to have been one of the generals of sorts, kind of leading this. The resistance is broken. We've got reports of companies moving off to the east and west, so this would be a good strategic point to hold from here, just in case we have to beat a retreat, to kind of fortify a location. We'll dig in, set up pike walls, and embed some spears and dig some trenches. We'll have some of the mages come around and start setting up defensive measures, some of the Iron Legion as well, plant some mines and explosives just in case. We'll mark the territory so that our people know. Work well done.
Yeah, I didn't
And these are-
expect the T-Rex, but
Yeah, at this point, like, General Almora comes like stalking up behind you. Yeah, looks like we missed all the fun.
that was super cool.
Can I take the swords from
Sure.
the dead lady?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that is a good place to call it as the Pact forces kind of gather around and start fortifying this position to be a point of strategic retreat. And when we resume, we will move forward with the assault on the gates of Ara.
Yes.
I'm sweating.
Man, I've been like clenching my butthole this whole time. I've just been so anxious. As soon as Birdie and Brina dropped to 0 hit points, I was like, oh fuck.
You got
That was
the-
definitely a little bad.
No,
I was
like,
worried after that heal, but overall, I think like, spells wise, I only used a 6th and a 3rd, so like I feel good about that.
I think
Yeah,
we're doing
not
all
terrible.
right.
Like, it
Guys
sucks that you lost
shut
your
that
heal
down
so
pretty
early
much.
on, but it was worth
Well,
it.
I can upcast with 7th and 8th too, so I still have
Yeah.
2 heals left.
And it gives you 10 more hit points per level.
Correct.
And definitely worth it to get Brina back up to that.
yeah, I mean,
I
level.
was
was
like,
a
yeah, if
had
we got
to.
something big coming in, like she's gonna need more than a 2nd level cure wounds. I'd like to give that to her.
yeah, that was necessary. Fuck that Banshee, though. It was not.
What hit points did you
Yes.
finish at, Rainer?
Hmm?
How many hit points do you have right now?
I'm at 65 out of
I
165.
feel like I could have given you something less then. You only took like 10 damage.
That's alright. If I can make it to. I'm out of 167.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's really.
Okay,
low.
well, I'm at 44 out of 120, so.
That's
Oh my
true.
gosh.
That's true. Once
Yeah,
we get
Birdie,
to
Birdie got up, but then he just cast slow and ran away.
that is 1000% the best you can.
I think I'm still at max hit points, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it's
Well,
impossible
good,
to
y'all
hit you
caught
unless I
us.
throw a serious boss at you, so
Well, yeah, and
I
plus,
didn't
thanks
stand a chance.
thanks to Brina did the most damage to me, but also my shield guardian kept taking half of that damage every time, so I was only taking 3 points a round.
The whole
Brina
time.
was by far the most damaging to both me and Grim.
Oh my god.
That's good shit.
Yeah, apologies. Oh gosh.
Hey, Bracer's gonna brace. What are you gonna do about it?
Grace.
It's good though.
That
That was fun. The T-Rex, I did not see that one coming.
Yeah, that was a
That
little.
was a surprise.
I saw that. Banshee.
You had the
He
Jurassic
saved,
Park
like,
joke.
scream. I was like, oh fuck me.
I was like, it's gonna be something big, but it's not gonna be.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting the actual dinosaur.
Without the slow, it would have torn.
Oh.
'Cause it gets like 3 attacks and then like a
The
bonus action.
dinosaur?
The T-Rex.
The Banshee.
It gets a tail whip too, I think.
Oh yeah, the
Which is
T-Rex.
like-
Yeah, I think the T-Rex just gets a bite and a tail attack.
But it can't make the bite again while it has a creature restrained
Hmm.
in its mouth.
slow was
It
clutch.
can
Still.
only bite the creature that is restrained.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
the Banshee had like 3 attacks. Only
Yes, the Banshee was
What was
bad.
Yeah,
she
and
trying
had
to
that
cast? I'm curious. What was she trying
parry.
to cast?
Destructive wave.
Oh, glad we
Oh.
shut that down.
That would have been bad.
It's,
Yeah.
Yeah. That would've been
I
rough.
will say that Birdie, you don't speak Orion? I think Galatar speaks
No, I
Orion.
don't.
Okay.
I believe
Yeah.
either speak it or
think
read
so.
it. I don't know.
So Galatar would probably have understood the literal meaning of the words. But
Ah,
I don't
yes,
think
it's
he's
one
ever
of my
taken that
languages.
spell. So none of you would specifically know that's what it was.
No, although I guess if I've heard Birdie cast it, I might know. Like, I don't know if the words are the same, like if they would just translate to the same thing in common. But
Probably not, because the way he casted it as a bard would be a little different. This was definitely not a bard.
yeah, what was she? So she could do the
She had
parry
some
thing.
paladin spells.
Ah.
Actually, she had some smite spells that she didn't get to use.
Okay.
She had 2 5th level destructive wave spell slots.
That's cool. And this was the Queen of War?
She was a queen. Yeah, one of the
Oh.
queens of Or.
Multiple queens.
Don't worry, man, we'll meet the rest.
Well, you know, it's a long history, kings and queens.
Oh, I see. So it
Yeah,
wasn't
not
like she was one of
coterminous.
many.
Not a
Okay.
Well, one of the
Yeah,
guys.
gotcha. I was like,
society.
okay, is this like King Solomon? What's going on? Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Cut the queen down the
Why does it have to be King Solomon? Why couldn't it just be
Just the first
a
biblical
harem
reference
of
that
women
came to my
who
head.
just want to be with themselves?
Yeah, what king is no king necessary?
Honestly, the Bible would probably be a lot better if that had been what took place.
Ha!
Israel
So-
had been ruled by like a lesbian orgy triumvirate or
Yeah.
council.
Would have already solved all their conflicts with Palestine. Everybody'd be happy.
So, do we get a short rest after this? Is that where I'm hearing this
We
going?
did it after the game.
Or are we going straight to the gates?
I thought we had to go straight to the gates and we were
That's what
resting
I
after
thought.
them.
The army is pressing on. There are
Right.
groups that are staying here to set up camp. So
But not
like,
us.
it will take some hours of fighting to get there. If you feel the need to take a short rest, you could. You'll just get to the gates a little later.
And we'll be pussy ass bitches. So,
Interesting.
that's
I'll have to think about that.
Yeah, we can
Birdie's
decide
got
that next time.
44 hit points.
Just stay in the back.
All right, yeah, I'll stay in the back.
Also, we do have potions.
Yeah, we'll take a short rest afterwards. Don't worry about it.
Right, we gotta get there.
We'll do it after the game.
We don't know how many more T-Rexes Ryan's got up his sleeve.
No more T-Rexes.
Oh, so a pterodactyl? What are we talking dinosaur-wise?
Be like,
This used to be, and Galatar would certainly know this from his studies. This used to be a very humid, sort of jungle-like atmosphere or biome in this land before it was widely settled by people. So dinosaurs were native.
I mean, I would like to learn some cool new polymorph forms.
I don't know if you can transform into undead. I think it has to be a beast.
Oh, but if I like learn the creature, like if I had seen an undead T-Rex, could I then transform to a regular?
Yeah, does that
You guys have
count?
already
Zan?
seen a regular T-Rex.
Well, I have. Yeah, I've already seen it, but I'm saying
Yeah.
like if I see an undead beast, because I would.
Yeah,
know,
like if he had never
Oh.
seen a T-Rex and the first one you saw was undead, would you be able to then like polymorph or wild shape into that
I would say
form?
no, because
You'd
you've
have to
never
take
seen
it.
it with all its parts.
And you can't be sure then that it necessarily is acting the same.
What if I just am an anatomically incorrect dinosaur? Is that allowed?
No.
I don't think you'd be able to function that way.
Half jaw T.
Oh shit! That does make me think of a question I wanted to ask you, Ryan.
Yeah.
Okay, so you probably have read this too because I bet you read the D&D memes subreddit. So, okay, a basilisk basilisk turns people to stone. Druid has the ability, to cast Greater Restoration, turn them back. But before he does that, Druid casts Stone Shape. What would you rule happens when they unpetrify?
I would rule that, depending on what you had shaped, that part of them would be damaged in some way, because it was not part of the original creature that had transformed.
Isn't it like that? Like they kind of like handled that in campaign 2 of Crit Roll when they tried
A
to
little.
like like they didn't stone shape, but like they tried to put the people who had been like broken apart back together, and they weren't like great. Like they were there, but
Well, I would say so for me, because I tend, I think, to be a merciful DM. If you had a broken statue that wasn't rubble, if it was just like an arm broke off and it was like a clean-ish break, if you wanted to stone shape that back into place, I would probably still have them be hurt and need to heal, and their arm may have like a lingering, like it doesn't really work the way it should, but they're alive and they have an arm, you know?
I was guessing the original idea was more about enhancement.
Well, yeah, I would say the meme specifically was that they start stone shaping them into dragons.
Oh.
I would not let that work. I would say that probably kills them.
And then I read in the comments, the follow-up then was, though, if that then kills them in the form of a dragon, and a necromancer comes around and resurrects this flesh, what does it then resurrect into?
I would say that... So
it was fucking onion levels of memery in this thread.
Greater Restoration spell, if it unpetrifies you, but your stone statue form has been modified, depending on the situation, I may just let it restore you to what you were. Because it's kind of like removing a curse. It's not like stone to flesh. It's just removing what was done to you. Either that, or I wouldn't let stone shape the statue, because it's not a normal stone, it's magic stone. And I think this stone shape spell might specify non-magical stone.
It feels
It's
like
not just a rock.
a typewriter scenario, but with
it's a boulder.
circumstances.
Yeah, that was fun. I was looking forward to the T-Rex just because I found a T-Rex that vomits zombies, and that seemed like
That was
That
pretty
was
sick.
great.
I wasn't
If it
ready
hadn't
for
been for the
that.
immunity to poison, that guy would have been a problem.
I
Yeah.
forgot that was a
poison
thing.
in the slow that kept him from using his bonus action. Thank God.
Yeah, that slowly came in really
The
clutch.
zombie T-Rex can disgorge a zombie, and when it does, it rolls like a D4 or a D6, and until it rolls a certain roll, it can just do that as a bonus action every turn. They can just populate the zone with zombies.
That's wild.
That is pretty awesome. I like those kind of monsters.
Maybe it's not. Maybe you roll a D4 and it has that many zombies in it, so it can go until it's done. But if it dies and it hasn't disgorged them all, then in like 1d4 rounds, the rest burst out. I forgot about that part.
Why
That
was
should have
it
happened,
eaten?
but-
Oh, I guess it's like Jormags. Like they ate people and then
Kinda.
they died and turned into zombies.
Well, if it ate a bunch of Vigil
Right.
or
Yeah.
something, yeah.
Huh.
You never know.
Wild. That's cool.
Wait, are
That was
we
fun.
playing next Wednesday?
Yeah, it was a fun one.
Are we on Wednesday schedule now?
Yeah, are we shooting for Wednesday the 13th? Does that work
I'm
for
good.
everybody?
Yeah, 5:30 our time works. 6:30.
Yeah, actually, that works perfect.
6:30.
I mean, now that we're here, also, I don't think I can wait that long in between sessions.
I know, right?
Yeah.
After, I'll be out of town the week after our next session, so we'll have to.
The 20th.
The 20th? That's good, because we have the charity run that night.
Ah, yes.
I was saying I already had that marked off for something.
Yeah. We're doing our charity thing that night.
Cool.
Sweet.
6:30.
6:30 Eastern, yes.
All right, guys, I'm out.
Sounds good. See y'all then.
Yeah, later. Great night.
Bye.
Bye.